Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is All Media Access News. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, make sure you subscribe. Hit that notification bell for future updates and live streams. I'm completely new to this. This is my first time. So I want you guys to work with me. Um, I'm even trying to figure out how to share the link in case anybody wants to come up. I think it's that. I'm not even sure. I don't even know what I'm sharing. So if anybody's on, maybe you guys could help me out. I'm trying to figure out how to share the link. Is that the? I think so. I'm not even sure. Hold on. Let me see. I think I found it. So let me. I'm like straight up new with this. Okay, it says post a comment. I think that's it right there. Yeah, I'm completely new to this. But for those that are just tuning in, I want everybody to check out Southern Soul Tarot's YouTube channel. She has an amazing channel. Um, so I would really appreciate if you guys tune into her channel. Um, just be respectful, but definitely be supportive. Tune in. She's 100% accurate, authentic. She does tarot readings for those that would like a tarot reading. Definitely tune in, show support, and you know. But like I said, this is my first time on here, so I'm gonna see more people tune in. Um, I was kind of busy today. I had to go and get my hair cut and all that. So at least it looks better. Like I was kind of looking like too much of a grown man. I'm gonna be 37, but I don't want to look it. So, but this is pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for sure. So let's see if other people are tuning in. Sometimes a lot of people don't even get my notifications till late, and then when I upload the live, sometimes people like, oh, I didn't get the notification. I ain't even. I mean, I told people earlier, but let's just see. I don't even know what's going on over here. They're giving some Pablo Escobar type of thing. So I don't really be tuning into the nonsense that's going on. I did tell a lot of people that I had a week off, but I had got a strike um on my channel for exposing the government. Um, I ended up getting like 2.3, 2.4 million views, and they turned around and took it down. So I guess they didn't like the fact that I was trying to wake people up. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But I'm trying to work on other things. You know what I'm saying? Today I was on live earlier with a with a driver, and you know, he had a lot to say. So he had me dying in the car. And, this teleport. Let's see what kind of. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's my first time, so what I plan to use this for is to get people up here that either have a channel or planning to have a channel, or people that are just going through something in general and they want to talk about it, and they want to give a word of advice and their opinion. So if people want to talk about the virus and how it started, or if people want to talk about their own daily life crisis, that's fine with me. If they want to talk about whether it's family members, friends, relationships, whatever it is, I mean, we here. I'm here. Yeah, they came for me. That was the second video that that they came for me for. So yeah, basically that's what I want to do. I mean, I believe that when I first started a channel, the number one thing that I did was just speak about myself, because I want people to feel comfortable enough to be able to express themselves and know that they're not alone. And if I'm not able to relate to everything that everybody's going through, then maybe they can speak on their situation, and that's something I could learn from. That they take it down. Yeah, they took it down immediately. They took that video down immediately. I have the email. You know, that's why they say sometimes, it's good to, even though you have things and you have information, it's like you never know who you're gonna come across. You're gonna come across good people. You're gonna come across trolls. You're gonna come across people that are gonna question and say, no, I don't believe that. So I keep that on the stash. So in case I ever hear that people don't believe what I'm saying, then I would just post it. But you know, um, what I have been seeing since the week that I was off, um, I just seen a lot of drama. But the drama that I seen was a lot of males beefing with females, and if it's one thing that I don't condone or respect is men disrespecting women, whether it's verbally, physically, in any type of shape, form, or way. Now, if females are beefing with females, then that's something that I feel like could be resolved within themselves. I'm just a different type of breed. I believe that if I support a channel and they having problems with another channel, I don't go and become friends with the people that I support. You know what I'm saying? I do keep my eye on the whole entire situation, and I'm always ready to go when it's time to go. You know what I'm saying? If I gotta make a video addressing people, then I have no problems doing that. I have what 4.4 thousand subscribers, but technically, the people that I support and support me have a bigger platform. So I always encourage people to not even try to beef with me. because then my situation becomes everybody else's situation, and then you're gonna have like a thousand trolls, if that's what you want to call them. But it's not gonna work out to their favor. Like, I'm a very likable person, a very respectful, straightforward, honest person. I never been embarrassed or ashamed to speak about my own life experience. Um, People that have been watching me for the last 5 years, even though I've never met them, I've given them an opportunity to know who I am. I took a picture in the store without a match, just to piss people off. I mean, you just got to be careful with that, because sometimes it's not about the people that you upsetting. It could get you in a lot of trouble. You know what I'm saying? As far as like them trying to arrest you and all that stuff. So you just got to be careful. What's going on, brother? Nothing but positive thoughts and prayers sent your way, Chief Wisdom. What's good, Chief? So like I mean, I think I have over 500 videos. I mean, I've worked on a lot of things, man. I did work on the Junior Felice situation, the kid that was killed, the 15-year-old kid that was killed in the Bronx in New York. Um, he was killed by a gang, you know what I'm saying, a bunch of savages, so it was a real sad situation, but you know, I did my best to to bring awareness to it. I got to meet his mom, his dad, his brother and sister, grandmother. I was able to go to the grave site, the courtroom, protest. I mean, we marched like 60 blocks. You know what I'm saying? The worst thing that could happen to somebody is losing a child. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we see somebody that loses a child, we feel sorry and we feel bad until it actually happens to you. You know what I'm saying? When it happens to you, then it's a whole totally different situation. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what that feels like, but it's a very severe situation. Um, you know, the first child, they were sentenced already. All of them nearly life. There's still a second child that has to go on. And then I had put up a video of this. Hey Tammy, how you doing? Health works for us. Tammy says, hey y'all, how you doing? Um, Health works for us says, yeah, the mass situation is nasty, but it is our current situation that we must abide. Do it for people around you and just wear a mask. Listen, I don't play around. When it comes to that mask stuff, I do not. It's not, it's not I got a box full of masks somewhere. I don't know where I left it, but when it comes to that, I do not play around. Your health is very important. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand the social distancing and stuff like that. It's causing a lot of problems, man. And trust and believe. There's a lot that I want to say, and sometimes I think about the things that I want to say because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, right? But I just want to be honest. I understand that Black Lives Matter, and I understand that police officers are mistreating people, right? Um, police officers have been mistreating people for years, for years. You know what I'm saying? Longer than we've been alive. But this is a pandemic, okay? Chief, what's going on, Chief? Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you tuning in. Um, Again, Southern Soul Tarot has an amazing channel. I want you guys to tune into her channel. She's inspired me a lot. You know what I'm saying? Her channel definitely gives me a peace of mind because sometimes I be having a hard day, and I would always tune into her channel, and it would literally give me a peace of mind. Like, it's not too many channels that I just sit there and I could watch the whole entire thing. So I'm blessed to come across Southern Soul Tabby's channel. So make sure y'all check that out. You know, and subscribe, and most of all, be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Her channel don't play. You know, a lot of people got love for her and respect her very much, and I got her back 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, police officers have been abusing people, and people've been killing people. I mean, I understand Black Lives Matter. In my opinion, all lives matter. It doesn't matter the race or the nationality, or you know everything is based on character, right? Now, this coronavirus situation, if I'm not mistaken, it came out, it started coming out in December. For a lot of people that don't know, you know a video that I put up that got what, over 2 million views, was taken down by YouTube. That's why I couldn't post or comment or go on live or videos or nothing, because they took that channel down. They gave me a strike, right? I bet you if I would have made a video about nonsense and negativity, they would have kept it up there. But that virus started in Canada. You know what I'm saying? It was made in Canada and it was taken to Wuhan, China. You know what I'm saying? And then that's how it started over there, and then it started spreading. For a lot of people that don't know, and a lot of people are gonna believe it, a lot of people are not. But I mean, look at what they did to me. If what I was put if what I put up was a lie, then why would they take it down, right? But that's a different story. As far as the police officers, um, police officers are gonna do their job. They're not all police officers are bad. You got a lot of ones that are good. But this is a pandemic, right? You have to stay home. Stay home. If you're not an essential worker, if you don't have to go out there and take care of your business and come back home, stay home. You see a lot of people saying, oh, they're shooting people, cops are abusing people and mistreating people. Stay home. Stay home. I'm running to police officers all the time. All the time. And I'm very respectful to them. I don't hate any of them, good ones, bad ones, because I believe in God. I love those that hate me, and I pray for those that curse me. You understand what I'm saying? Until we don't unite, because God made us in His own image, but we're like sheep that have went astray. You understand what I'm saying? Police officers are going to do their job, and people just don't understand that there's a pandemic, whether it's a hoax, whether it's true, not true. That's just a warning. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm here. And I'll definitely tune into yours if you do one today. But it's whether the virus is a hoax, not a hoax. They put it out there to keep people home. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't have to go to work, if you don't have to do something important, just stay home. If you don't want to send your children to school, that's understandable. They got to do virtual. That's understandable. It's just a way of keeping you safe and your family safe. Period. No, people want to hang out. They want to be in the street. They want to still be doing the things that they were told not to do. Break all the rules, not get in trouble for it. Just think about it. I haven't gotten in trouble. Well, I have a clean record. For the record, I'm gonna be 37 years old. I never been in trouble with the law. Thank God. I've always been. I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes, and I've learned from my mistakes. But respect comes a long way. Period. A lot of people keep saying, "Oh, it's because I'm Spanish, or because I'm black." It doesn't have to do with a color thing. It has to do with a character thing. But people are using it as a color thing. It's not a color thing. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, they are police officers that take advantage of their badge and take advantage about the fact that they work for law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? But just go from point A to point B. Period. You know what I'm saying? Don't get yourself caught up. There's a lot of people that still doing things they're not supposed to be doing. When the police mess with them and start whooping they behind, it's it's a crime, or it's all this matters, all that matters. Like, been killing people for years, man. They've been mistreating people for years. They just want people to stay home, handle your business. I'm not with all that. Just Black Lives Matter. Like, it's never gonna change. 20 years from now, our children are gonna grow up and have to face what we facing now. So our job is to lead them and guide them in the right direction. We can't teach our children that police officers are bad, because not all of them are bad. It's just like saying people in general are all bad. There's good people, there's bad people. There's good cops, there's bad cops. Trump is the president. After him, there'll be another president probably worse than him. It's just I'm just tired of people making excuses on why certain things are happening. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, man. I was in one channel, and like, I don't mention names because I don't like to give anybody publicity. But I was in one channel, and the person was discussing, I believe, about the a rap or whatever, a rapper that had I believe he had shot a female rapper, Megan, Megan Stallion or whatever. And I was on the channel and I voiced my opinion, and the dude had put me on timeout. And I'm saying to myself, you got maybe 70, 80,000 subscribers, but I've been rocking with you from the beginning. So I took it as nothing, because that's just people change. People change. They let this YouTube stuff get to their head. I'm comfortable with 5,000 subscribers. I'm comfortable with a few people that are just watching. I'd rather have real people following and watching and tuning in than a bunch of people that are just talking about nonsense. Like, I don't have no time to be talking about celebrities and all that. When there's real life situations, people go through depression, people go through suicidal thoughts, people go through anxiety, people lose their family, their kids, people been in accidents. People go through real life stuff. You know what I'm saying? I've been able to meet people that were like really high on top of their position on whatever their profession was. And now they're either in the street, homeless, or have cancer, or have something that that no longer has to do with what they were doing from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? You can't change history, but you can change the future, and make it better. Absolutely. I agree. You know what I'm saying? That's all it's based on, man. That's all it's based on. So people just keep on with this Black Lives Matter and this live matter. Like, just stop. The more they keep promoting that, the more problems are gonna come. All lives matter. How we gonna teach? How we gonna teach our children that just all that? Black lives only matter because they're getting shot. I mean, everybody's getting shot. It's not just African American. It's not just blacks. It's Hispanics, whites. Everybody's getting shot, stabbed, robbed, being convicted. Thrown it. Everybody, everybody. If if it's that way, then people should start a all Spanish lives matter, all whites lives matter. Remember, Jesus said, "Conquer and divide, divide and conquer." That's what they're doing. They're dividing us. How could you divide us? We all bleed the same, and we were all made in God's image. The same way we look is how He made us. We all bleed the same color. And if you're in the United States of America, there's two things that are similar. That's blood and money. You can't separate those two things, but you can try to separate everything else, and that's what the government wants. That's exactly what they want. They're not gonna stop. I remember when George Floyd was killed, and I was going on live almost every day. And I remember that right after they killed him, I said to myself, you know what? The government killed this innocent man because they knew that it was going to start a protest, march, looting and stuff like that. Because they did it in plain sight. They made sure that the whole world seen it. They even had paid protesters marching and protesting and looting. You know what I'm saying? They were even paying these paid protesters bail to come out of jail. They were paying their bill and just letting them out of jail so they can go back, and they were just stirring it all up. And I said to myself, you know what? Aren't people supposed to be 6 feet distant? Like, some ain't right here. So I started talking about how they were going to use the protest after George Floyd was killed to turn around and say that that's why the numbers of the coronavirus is going up. I said that a month before they turned around and started talking about it. Then this Dr. Fauci guy and Obama, me, I can't stand Obama. I don't like that guy at all. I always had a bad feeling about him. I understand, oh, he's black, first black president, whatever. Like, the next president we could have could be Puerto Rican, could be Mexican, Dominican. If you was born in the United States, you can be a president. Just because your parents were born in another country doesn't mean you can't become president if you were born here. Anybody born here can become president. Period. It don't matter what race they are. You know what I'm saying? But then I come to find out that Dr. Fauci and Obama went to Canada. Then after Canada, they went to Wuhan, China. For those that may not believe me, I could post it. I can post it on my YouTube channel, where Dr. Fauci clearly stated that Trump was gonna face a pandemic like this before he became president. How did he know that? How did he know that? I don't even know if people know that Obama has signed a bill where you could be thrown in jail without and be sentenced without facing trial. I don't know if people know that the government already has 3 million plastic coffins that fit eight bodies in each coffin. So there's 3 million plastic coffins, and you could fit 8 bodies in each one. That's damn near the whole population in the U.S. This is why I get in trouble for exposing things like this. They don't want me to do that. My lives will start lagging. People wouldn't be getting the notifications. I go from over 2 million views to less than 100 views. Like, I knew what they were doing, but I want to make it clear that YouTube does not pay me and my videos aren't being monetized. I never received a red cent from YouTube. I don't ever want to receive anything from YouTube. Period. I refuse to collect anything from them. You know what I'm saying? Because their job is to promote negativity. They want people to talk about sex, drugs, guns. They don't monetize you. Even if your channel is being monetized, it makes it hard for other people to get it. Like, think about it. You know how many channels speak the truth and people aren't even getting the notifications when they go on live or post up videos, and then you go and you watch a negative channel and you be like, damn, you see like 50, 60, 100 people, 1,000 people on their live chat. That's what YouTube wants. I've seen it, I've heard it. Or like, I'm good. I'd rather build my channel around loyal people. YouTube doesn't want that. YouTube want the drama, different types of drama. You don't notice people be using this StreamYard thing, and they just be straight disrespecting each other. In one week, I didn't know nothing about StreamYard, nothing about it until I learned about it. And ever since, it's just been negative stuff. Just people beefing and disrespecting each other. People that used to be cool with you are now either against you, and then people that follow you and support you go and end up supporting the people that you got problems with. It's just, listen, you can't trust people as far as you could throw them. You know what I'm saying? Period. That's why when I first started a channel, the first thing I started with was just based on me, my situation, the things that I'm going through, just in case if people ever want to turn around and say, hey, you know what? We're going to target this guy. There's nothing that you could really bring up about me that I haven't said already. I've already said it all. I've come across people that have problems with other people that I'm tuned into, and I let them know. Listen, like, do me a favor. Like, I support that channel. Like, if you got something bad to say about them, then I suggest we don't have this conversation. I'm not a hypocrite. I don't support a channel and then get cool with the people that got beef with the channel that I support behind their back. That's just grimy. It's just grimy. I just can't. I don't know how people sleep at night knowing that they're doing stuff behind your back. Government has way too much time on their hands. They have a lot of time in their hands. A lot. Remember, they're 10 years ahead of us on everything. It doesn't matter what comes up. God knows how many iPhones have come out already. They're not gonna stop. Their plan is to depopulate civilization under 500 million. Which link? This one? What's going on? Let me see if I can. I try to put it up again. So they're definitely ahead of us. So I'm like, you know what? After a whole week of not being able to do and say what I want to say, I just sat back and thought about it. I'm like, you know what? They don't want me to speak up. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's
Okay,
going
great.
on?
Not much. How are you?
I'm good. My first
Good.
time on, so
Yeah, that's
that's just.
good.
But like I've been saying, this is Southern Soul Terror. Make sure you check out. Definitely subscribe. Um, for those that are
Mhm.
watching, right, and for those that are end up tuning in later on today. Just make sure you check out and subscribe. And
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
yeah, for sure. So I was just talking about like how the government is handling this whole entire uh, coronavirus, and how people are just handling it.
Mm,
They people and how they're trying to make it just a color thing when it's not
right.
a color. But what do you think about that whole situation, like with this virus and
I think it was more like you kind of said at the beginning. It's more like they kind of just want everybody to stay home. Um, I don't think it really has anything other to do than with the fact that everybody's kind of, like you said, beefing with each other a little bit. Is the best way I can put it. So it's kind of like a way to calm everybody down. I think a little bit. Um, but at the same time, the people who need to get out and need the interaction, it's agitating them more. I feel like. So that's where you're getting like I think the imbalance between the two, if that makes sense.
yeah.
Because I feel like
I
some
mean,
people probably needed that break. Some people probably didn't want it.
or as far as like the social distancing and staying home,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I mean, that's what I'm saying because see, a lot of people believe that the virus is a hoax, and
Yeah,
a lot of people actually believe that it's true. But I just believe that it was a plan, and
yeah. I feel like it was planned. Obviously, I mean, I don't see how it wasn't. There's like a lot of proof to my knowledge it was completely planned. So
I mean,
I
yeah, I
don't.
mean, it was just like the guy that I was in the car with today, and the way he was speaking his mind, he had a lot to
Yeah,
say.
he was funny actually.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't stop.
At
I
first, I
couldn't
didn't know
stop.
who you were talking to. I didn't know if it was like a friend or something. And I was cracking up. I was like, are they just like talking or like who is that? I think it was funny when you were like, it was just the driver.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like I know him, but that's how
Yeah.
I know him as a driver. You know what I'm saying? So
No, but he was completely right. Like, I mean, he was making good points. I want chicken.
yeah, because it is true. A lot of people are receiving a lot of assistance. That's what I'm saying. Like before this pandemic, people were like not saying that people are not struggling right now, but think about it. Like they've extended eviction, they've people that get unemployment are getting extra. Like people are getting a lot more than they were getting before this
Yeah.
happened. So for
Yeah.
people,
And actually, not everybody gets it either, too. And like, I don't get it. I
I
don't get
don't get
anything. I haven't gotten anything from this. And I have two
man.
children. I have a special needs son and a 3-year-old, and I don't get any help during this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not easy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't, like I said, I don't get anything either. And obviously, he doesn't get anything.
Right.
But but for the people that can work and
Right.
can go out there and do something, they don't want to do anything. They just want to make excuses. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? People that don't have children, there's people that don't have any responsibilities that can't do things, and they're out there doing the things they're not supposed to be doing and getting caught up in this type of situation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And a lot of people feel that the police officers are just targeting blacks. Like, you really think that they're targeting everybody? What about the people that aren't caught on camera? Like as we speak, you know how many people could be getting their butt whipped by police and we don't even know about it, we don't hear about it, we're not
Yeah.
even about it.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I understand there's lots and lots of, opinions on that, but I've seen lots of, Hispanics, Caucasians, mixtures of both, things like that, also be, shot for no reason or beaten for no reason or treated a certain way for no reason. So I do understand it's more of an issue in that they feel like in that community itself, but I do notice it does happen a lot more overall than what it's brought to to the forefront sometimes.
Yeah, it's just like I told somebody. It's crazy how people, these kids now, these young little kids, they know about the coronavirus more than they even know who Jesus is.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you could tell, like you could ask a kid that's old enough and smart enough and be like, why can't you go outside, or why you gotta wear a mask? They'll tell you straight
Yeah,
up the coronavirus, But you can mention Jesus, the Bible, and a lot of kids will be like, what's that?
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's something that the government has just drained in people's head. You know what I'm saying? I was only getting what I used to make working. People are complaining that they aren't getting a cookie for going to their job, but they're blessed to still have a no job to go back to. Hey, Kathy, how you doing? Yeah, I want you guys to tune into Southern Soul Tabby's YouTube channel. Let me get her back up here. Hold on.
sorry about that.
It's all good. It
So what were you
happens.
saying?
No, so I'm saying like how these kids they know more about the coronavirus than who Jesus is or Bible is, and I know that a lot of parents. What do you think of what is your opinion on children staying home and doing school through virtual than actually sending them to school?
I I don't think it really helps their social interaction whatsoever. Like, I mean, yes, they're still like socializing with adults, but they're still children. You know what I mean? So, for me, my youngest son, he's not in school yet, so but he still was going to start daycare before all this happened. So really, again, he probably would be talking more and doing things more like that of his age if he had more kids his age to play with, and be around. We don't have another child his age, and then my oldest son is 13, so he's autistic. So he's been off of his routine, which is very, very, very important for them to be on a routine to begin with. But he's been off his routine ever since this all happened, and it has caused a big difference. And you can totally tell in him, it's caused a lot more anxiety for him. He's had to see, the doctor for his anxiety, and it just doesn't, his sleeping schedule is off because he doesn't, really have a set schedule anymore with the school. So again, just for his particular disability, and I don't want, not for every kid, but for him, he handles it okay. But it's just so we prefer to have him on a schedule and have him used to doing something, and so does he. He likes knowing what's coming up next.
Yeah, like constantly something to do. I mean, do you think that that parents will be making a good decision and sending their kids to school during this type of
Yeah.
pandemic? Would you agree with sending them to school
Yes.
if you I
Yes.
mean, I me personally, if I was with mine, yeah, I would send them. In my
Yeah.
opinion, a lot of people may disagree, but I'm not gonna isolate them or keep them away from learning and being around other people because the government wants to come up with some virus. Like, you know, me personally, I came across somebody that was fine because this is the first time I ever hear about a virus that has no symptom.
Yeah. Well,
And
I
there's a
remember you
lot of people.
mentioning it about December too, because I remember around December, and I know they were saying, they don't feel like it went back that far, but I had had a really bad chest cold for like 3 months, and they didn't know what it was, and I had to go to the urgent care, and they didn't find anything. Like there was I was everything was negative, as far as flu, viruses, things like that. But I had to get
Mm-hmm.
an inhaler, like they gave me like a nebulizer treatment, all kinds of stuff like that, and it still lasted for a little while. Like I said, and it was very hard to her. I felt like I was almost like it is an almost drowning feeling in your lungs. Like you have to like kind of cough it up and get it out. You know what I mean? And you would feel that way at night mostly, and in the morning. Would be the worst time. But it did last for months, and so I do think it was a few. It was already kind of out a few months. I know there's technically saying that's not true, but I'd have to disagree just in the fact that I have asthma and I literally went to the urgent care because I thought I was gonna like not be able to breathe no more if I didn't go. So I've never had that ever happen, and I've had asthma for like 2 or 3 years now. But it's like I have allergy asthma, and that's the other thing that was like it was very very over the top for just the type of asthma that I have.
And that was the first time you ever felt like that since you had asthma.
Yeah, that it's ever been that bad. So that I was literally like crying, telling my mom that I thought that like I wasn't gonna be able to breathe like at night when I like because you would wake up and it would feel like your lungs were full, kind of like you had to like cough it up. You know what I mean? So you would cough it up and then like I said, but it would last for like months though. That's what I'm saying. Then you would go to the urgent care and they would test you and say that you were negative for everything. So that's the kind of thing that was a little bit confusing.
Wow. Because at that time, I don't think this virus situation had came out yet.
No, no, it hadn't. And then I remember I saw a post about it, and it got taken down on YouTube, not YouTube, another social media site, and it was a woman saying that if anybody had those symptoms around that time, November, December, that they probably had it then, and then it was taken down and said that the government or whoever is basically saying that that wasn't true. It was false, but if you had it, like it was, you could tell. You know what I mean? Like once you start looking at the symptoms, what they're saying the symptoms are, how you felt. Like I said, and again, I've had asthma for quite a few years now, allergy ones, especially during and that's the other thing. It was I didn't have the winter ones, like I said, but it was just different. You know what I mean? It was heavier. Like I said, I really couldn't breathe at all, anything like that.
Wow.
So I do
Well,
think it was here before they told us.
yeah, I mean, cause I could like me personally. I mean, I didn't experience anything, but I could remember there was a there was a place where I was working as a as a deli person, and I remember that the owner, he was constantly coughing, 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 coughing. Like
Yeah.
I didn't know, he was coughing like if he was dying type,
Mhm.
and that was probably like a few weeks before they even mentioned this whole
Yeah.
virus situation. But they're saying that people must have had it, not known they had it, and it went away.
Yeah.
And then
I don't.
they say that.
Yeah. I don't know if it went away, but I do agree that people had it and didn't know they had it.
I mean, yeah, I could agree on that. And then they turn around. They say, "Oh, if they had it the first time, you can't get it the second time." But now they're saying that now people are coming out that they've gotten it the second time, and then now they're saying that the majority of the cases are children. It's not even adults; it's children. So it's just a lot
I
of
hadn't
different
heard.
stories.
I hadn't heard that yet. That it was mainly children. That's kind of
Yeah,
odd.
that they were talking about the most vulnerable ones were children, and it's just like there's a law that was passed in 1905 where if there's a pandemic like this where it's gonna affect the state where the numbers are growing as far as people getting infected, that they would have to give a mandatory vaccine. Like, I,
Hmm.
do you agree with with taking the vaccine if you had to, like, and that goes for everybody
No,
that's on here. Like, would you guys take the vaccine
no,
that was offered? I mean,
yeah,
and what do you think is gonna happen to people that don't take it if they make it
right,
mandatory?
right.
You know,
I
like,
would hope they wouldn't make it mandatory because I mean, everybody has their medical rights to what they believe in and what they don't. And I did do some medical stuff for a while, and that's what I'm saying. Like the first year, we learned a lot about rights, basically, of what the patient has. Patient's rights and stuff. And it's much like the flu shot when they ask you, "Do you want the flu shot?" and you can say yes or no. Because if this is just a virus, there's no reason why it should be mandatory to take it. Um, I don't think anybody should have to take any unless like I said, I do believe in vaccines. I know that's controversial. I have a son who's autistic. I have one who's not. So I gave vaccines to both. Now with my second one, I did space it out because I am not like I said, I'm not gonna 100. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna pretend that I know
yeah.
that it wasn't vaccines at all. But I'm also not going to blame it on vaccines either, only because we've been giving people vaccines for a very very long time, and
Hmm.
there would be more autistic people if that was true, and then also if um, with the whole vaccine thing, it's kind of, and I don't want to compare it, and I'm looking kind of from the spiritual because I am again, I do tarot, so I'm more of a metaphysical, thing. I look at us more like comparables, like we are just much a race, like an animal race or a human race or something like that. So like when you get a pet, do you not have to vaccinate it? You know what I mean? You have to make sure that you don't get, you know what I mean? So it's the same thing, and I don't want to compare it like that because it sounds off when you're saying it that way, but what I'm saying is what I'm trying to compare it to is life is life. You know what I mean? And there's some people unfortunately who are born who cannot have vaccines. So just say as things start to melt, like lately, how we're getting the global warming and things start to melt and certain diseases start to show up again. These individuals who cannot have these vaccines will be more susceptible to that particular virus or like polio or something like that. So that's what I'm saying. Um, I know if I did vaccinate my child and he ended up getting it and then he gave it to his classmate who couldn't have a vaccine, and I would feel a little bit bad about it. And that's just my opinion and view. I don't view anybody or I don't judge anybody else for what they choose or choose not to do.
I do. I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, because I get the flu shot every year, and then it, I,
Yeah,
I don't really get sick like that. Like, I thank God, but I've never, like, from taking the flu shot, I've never gotten like
yeah,
severely sick. Maybe I won't
yeah.
feel well for like maybe a day, but then after that,
Right.
I'm good. Like,
Yeah, that's
you know
like
what I'm
my
saying? Because
mom.
there is
My mom has to take it.
a
My
lot of
mom has to
people.
take
It's
it.
just not. Oh, your mom?
Well, she has diabetes, and then I think for her
Okay.
job, because she works with money and like customer service, she has to take it. So she takes it every year, and she said the same thing you said. She feels bad for about a day, and then she's
Yeah,
kind of
that's
over. The only
about it.
reason I don't take it is because I feel like um, if my kids had like a more of like we're more susceptible to getting a flu, and it really do like I believe more like people like babies and more like the elderly should have the flu shot. And I'm not saying anybody in between shouldn't have it, if they choose to want it. But again, like I just feel like for me particularly, I just choose not to get it because I know it morphs so much. Like I mean, and unfortunately, like my mom's gotten it a lot of times, and then she still gets sick, and so I'm kind of like, well, I guess that's what's always made me like, what's the point, Because if you get it and you still get sick, then I don't know. I guess that's just my way of looking at it. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm
No,
sure it
and I
benefits
agree
that.
with you. It's just like I mean, like I said, like I agree. Like one, I remember one time I spoke to my doctor and I'm like, hey, listen, I would like to get the hepatitis A shot, because they have the hepatitis A shot, hepatitis B shot. Like those are dosages that you take. If I'm not mistaken, like every 6 months. It's
Yeah.
probably like two dosages that you take
Yeah.
6 months apart. Like I thank God that I've always had a good relationship with my primary doctors. I've always been up to date with all my
Yeah.
vaccines, blood work, and everything. But I remember when I was around December, I could remember like seeing a lot of people coughing. I remember writing to my doctor like, could you give me the hepatitis? Because I already had the flu shot, so I knew that I was good with
Right.
that. But I was like, can I get the hep A shot? Because it also has to do with people coughing and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yeah.
like, can I get? And I had went and I had got it. You know what I'm saying? And a month later, this whole virus situation came out. You know what I'm saying? I was just what caught me off guard was when Kobe Bryant was killed in that helicopter crash, because that was just right around the time
Oh
of the virus.
yeah. Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I don't want to say I forgot. I didn't forget about that, but you know, that's something I was gonna look into that case actually, and then some other stuff came up, and then it ended up getting kind of. At the moment, I was trying to get in touch, and it seemed like he didn't really want to, interact at that moment because it was only a day or two after. So I respectfully left them alone from any type of reading, you know?
and I broke down when man I broke down that day like I can remember it like it was yesterday. I just broke down and it was sad about that whole situation. Like, but then I realized
Yeah, that was
everything
very
that he was
sad.
trying to do, and in my
Yeah,
opinion, when I sat back, I was watching something on YouTube where this lady was dreaming about Kobe dying 3 years before he actually died.
hmm,
So I started watching not too long ago, a few days ago. I was sitting back and she was dreaming 3 years before Kobe. She's like, I don't know Kobe. She's like, all I know is he's a basketball player and he plays for the Lakers. She said, I don't know nothing about Kobe Bryant at all. But she kept dreaming about Kobe Bryant being killed. So I'm like,
yeah,
and one of her dreams, in one of her dreams, she mentioned that Shaquille O'Neal has something to do with it. So I sat back and I'm like, you know what? That kind of adds up because I know that Shaquille O'Neal is with the Freemasons. Like I believe in the Illuminati and Freemasons and all that. So
yeah,
I'm like, cause maybe Shaq didn't, of course, do it himself, but I believe that Shaq may have known what was gonna happen for the simple fact is that we all know that Kobe Bryant was once accused of rape because
yeah. I
with the
remember
whole
that.
female, but Kobe Bryant has snitched Shaq out about Shaquille O'Neal paying women for sex, and that's how Shaquille O'Neal and his wife got divorced right after that. And then Shaq got traded, and Kobe and Shaq wasn't talking. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, could Shaq have been holding a grudge? Like, I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I was a married man and I was doing screwed up things like that, and they ratted on me like that, I'll probably still be. I'll say we cool, but we not cool. Like I would still hold that grudge. So I'm not saying was like had something entirely to do with it, but I do. Me, my honest opinion, I think that he was aware that something like this was gonna happen to Kobe. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
I've heard
so
the
you would.
theories. I've heard the theories where like some people were aware. I don't know much about obviously everybody's heard about. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I haven't heard about Illuminati. Everybody has, you know what I mean. So, but I don't know much about it to be completely honest. Only because honestly, I don't think my spiritual side yet has let me ready to be tap into that because of what I hear it kind of connects to. Um, but I do believe in it. I do believe there it happens. And so I mean I know it's controversial. I do believe in it, but I don't know what exactly they do and to what level, at least. You know what I mean? I don't know the details. So, but as far as the Kobe Bryant thing again, did you say it was a psychic that was saying that? That as far as him passing, or
Nah,
was it somebody else?
no, it was a lady that goes to church,
Oh, okay, okay,
and she
yeah.
was having dreams.
Well,
She was having dreams 3 years before Kobe was killed. So I'm like, could I believe what this lady's saying? Like, but it's just like, cause you listen, you able to separate the truth and what's not the truth when you just sit back and listen. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah,
a liar is always switching up their stories constantly. A person that's being truthful and honest, they stick with the same story consistently. Like there's nothing that you can make them change their mind about what they've confessed about or spoke about or brought some type of awareness about. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, this
right.
lady, she is telling the truth. I don't know. All I know is that he did die, and I mean, he was killed. Because I mean, I don't think that it was an accident, in my opinion. But I know you were saying that you wanted to do a reading on it.
Yeah, I mean, I try to tap into his energy, but honestly, it felt very not wanting to be disturbed at the moment. So, and even now, I don't really feel like it's not like I couldn't tap into it if I wanted to, but I just kind of feel like because of the situation and his daughter being involved, it's not something he's more protective of it. So,
Hmm.
he'll tell certain things, but not how somebody else would tell if it only included them, not their child, not their, family member, things like that. Like when you get groups, it's harder to pull them in sometimes a little bit because some are more protective than others.
No, and I can agree, with you. And for a lot of people that don't know, so I'm trying to fix this. I don't know what's going on. Southern Soul Tarot has a YouTube channel. She also readings, spiritual readings. Make sure that you guys tune in to her YouTube channel, subscribe, show support. She is amazing and she's accurate 100% on everything that she does. So make sure you guys definitely tune into her channel. You know, I find a peace of mind in her channel. So um, for those that been watching me would know that I wouldn't mention someone unless I strongly believe that they're they're good at what they do. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to
Thank you. I
let people
appreciate that.
know that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
As I've been
absolutely. So
working on it for a little while, trying my best.
nah, but you are doing an amazing job. Like sometimes I sit back and I try to watch other people do the same thing that you do, but it's just it doesn't like
Yeah,
what you do, what you do it fits perfect, like you're accurate. And it's like when I'm watching other people, it's like I'm not even feeling it. It's like, are they doing this just to gain recognition, or are they actually doing this for a purpose? With you, is like I can 100% tell that you're accurate, that you're being truthful, that you're being
yeah,
honest about the thing that you're doing. But it's different with everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I can only speak on my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what I believe
And
in, and what
everybody,
I
yeah, everybody kind of connects differently, with different readers, and that's cool, and not everybody feels one reader and they might feel somebody else. But like you said, as long as everybody's respectful, because YouTube is big enough for everybody, you know what I mean? So
that's
there's no reason to be disrespectful to any other creators whatsoever or anybody else's opinion because
so,
we all are entitled to those. You know what I mean? So again, I do, like I said, I do tarot. Some people like it, some people don't. But there again, if I don't like something, I'm gonna rather click off or just keep scrolling. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna click on something I don't like and then just complain about it. So just to complain, I don't think is helping anybody, and that's part of the problem why we are where we are right now. And a lot of the lockdown, I feel like, is making people spiritually reflect on themselves and their behaviors and if they are comfortable with themselves. And most of the time, those are the people you see acting out right now because they don't like it. You know what I mean?
hmm,
Like they're stuck at home with that energy, and they don't know what to do with it. So, and I understand some of it too can just be built up, or pent up frustration too, and wanting to release that. That's also a given too. But I've just noticed a lot of people are having to spiritually reflect on who they are, what they've done, and how they feel about that, and it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And that's why right now I think some of the metaphysical world, as far as tarot, anything like that, mediumships, psychics, anything that you look at right now, they're getting a lot of um, hits in the YouTube world in the sense that people don't really know where else to look, like which other direction to look or who to ask to kind of get advice from, because
hmm,
besides, unless you don't believe in it at all and you're against it, and you go to like coaches, things like that, and there's great channels like that too. I think so if you don't particularly agree with tarot, you can always go to those channels where there's genuine advocate channels, channels that are helping other people. Like kind of like this is letting people kind of just voice their opinions, things like that, or how they feel, or what is making them feel. But I do think it's more important that with the COVID and things that people kind of reflect spiritually on what it is that might be making them a bit uncomfortable and what it is they can do to change that to move forward once this all lifts. You know what I mean? Because it's basically like being in for tarot. To me, this is like being thrown into hermit mode with no option, which means you're basically like
hmm.
stuck in like a hermit mode is like if you look at the card, it's a wiser old man with a lantern, and he's kind of reflecting inside of a cave. So, and that represents Virgo, which is actually like my sign again, and that's what we do. We spend a lot of time thinking, and we can do it for weeks to months at a time. So at this point, that's what
Hmm.
we're doing. We've been stuck in this for months and we've had no choice but to think. So again, a lot of times when you feel a little bit uncomfortable, it's because your spirit guides are trying to show you or tell you something most of the time. So it's just something you kind of want to pay
Hmm.
attention to, and just kind of just be open to other things, I guess, is kind of just my frame from where I come from on my channel. There's more than just us, and why we're here. We're here for a lot more, just to be born, enjoy ourselves, and then that's it. No, like we're here to learn something. We're here to make a difference around the people around us, help make a difference for the people around us. So if we're not doing that and we're not contributing, then I feel like we're not doing what we're supposed to be, our calling is, why you're here. You know what I mean? That's what they say.
Exactly.
About idle hands. You should always be trying to improve somehow. And if you can't figure out how to do so, at least be trying to help others do so if you can.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree with you 100%.
Right.
Absolutely right. And
So,
now why I admire so much of what you do because at least you know how to explain it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can't even explain what they do and why they do it. They just do it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
at least a lot
It's
of people
taken a
do it.
long time. It's taken a long time for me to be able to like when people are like, what do you do? Like who looks at like who goes, oh, I do tarot, and they take you like seriously, you know what I mean? They're like, no, what do you really do? It's like, no, I do tarot. You know what I mean? Like that's what I do, you know? So it's like they don't understand. I've been studying not just this craft, but many crafts that go with it since I was 18. I'm 34 now. So I've been studying this stuff for a long time. You know, I've done pre-life, post-life, life contracts, life reviews. I've looked into basic astrology. I don't do astrology charts. I don't love numbers, so I don't do that. But I do know basic astrology because you have to know basic astrology to do the tarot. And then I also do meditation, astral projection, crystal healing, quite a few other things, you know, that just help you kind of align your chakras and get things balanced so that you can kind of open up that, you know, that realm if you want to. You know, it's up to you how much you want to do it. But again, I do feel like it's something that helps a lot. I know I used to have a lot of anxiety, and ever since I started being getting more in touch with that side, I have less anxiety. So and I noticed a lot of the
Mm.
feelings weren't my feelings. You know, like once like if I would go somewhere and some just say somebody else was upset and I'd start to get upset and I'm not really sure why, you know, it wasn't my feelings, it was somebody else's. You know, it's like your energy. You pick up their energy. So that's why a lot of times you see like empaths, psychics, things like that, they don't like to leave home because they can't
Mm.
handle all the energy coming off of people around them. You know, so it can get overwhelming. So it's usually the people who don't like to be in big social groups, things like that. They prefer to be in a group of like one to two people they've known for a long time, family members, things like that. You know, things where they can kind of balance their energies out really quickly and well. So that's my experience with it.
Hello? Yeah, and I mean, I know it's not a easy thing to do, and a lot of people don't have that gift to be able to do what you do, and like you said, a lot of people are searching for answers, and
Yeah.
they have a lot of questions, they just don't have anybody that's going to give them an answer, and a lot of people just, like I said, do tarot readings, and they just give the answers, and that's about it. With you is you make people feel comfortable enough to listen to what you're saying, and at the same time wanna appreciate you as a person and appreciate everything you do at the same time. So it's like that's
Right.
why people like you, it's never gonna be easy. It's gonna be draining. Like I tell people, this YouTube stuff,
Oh
this is
yeah.
like a this YouTube stuff can like like we have our days where we don't even want to do anything. Like you know how many
No,
times
you
I
have
thought
to have
going
a
on
thick,
live.
thick, thick skin to be on here because you get tore to pieces for nothing.
uh,
For nothing. Nothing. I
uh,
got ripped to
uh,
pieces for a birthday party I recently had, and I didn't do anything. I got made fun of for eating, basically, and and having a themed birthday party. So I'm just saying it's, you know, and again, no names need to be given out. I'm just saying that's the kind of stuff that's like there's no reason for those type of things. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a huge channel either. I don't, we're barely at what? We're at 3.9, I think. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not huge, but I mean, I don't, like you said, when people come into my room, I would like them to feel comfortable. I want them to feel like they can talk. And, you know, if they're having a bad day, say that. And everybody's usually very supportive. And so, and like I said, then I do the readings when I need, you know, when we have them, if they need them. And if not, then we just talk and we have a great time. And like you said, it's unfortunate that the channels that try to get to know their subscribers and be good to them aren't really acknowledged as much as the ones who are acting complete fools. and embarrassing themselves and others over things that don't need to be. So that's the thing that's a bit disappointing here, I think. And like you said, again, we have no help um, as far as creators, whereas we should. We don't have the support from the teams that we should have them from that are supposed to be backing us up.
at all. Like YouTube just allows all the drama and all the
Hmm.
gossip
They love
continues
it.
to go on.
They love it. And again, that's just my opinion. I mean, I've noticed again all the drama channels last forever. But I mean, of course, after a while they get bored and some of them die out. Others though, but I mean, I've noticed that, like you said, the people who are making fool of themselves and talking badly about other people are the ones who are getting thousands and thousands and thousands of views. Are the ones who are just trying to be supportive and helpful are barely acknowledged. You know what I mean? And then I don't know, I just don't think it's right in that sense for the creators.
Nah, I mean, but at the same time, the majority of the people that that have so many numbers, they don't even know what to do with it themselves.
No,
Because I believe that just because they have that many views, they don't really interact with all of those people. That's just something that you can make a
no,
video and have two. You can make a video and make 2 views, and all of a sudden you turn around and you check and you got 10,000 views within a few days, and you like, where did these people come from? And it's because
yeah,
YouTube has a way of allowing certain things to come out and allowing
yeah,
things to not come out. When they see
yeah,
something good in you, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be difficult to make yourself known on what you do because they know that what you're doing is for a right purpose. Like besides the people that have other reasons on why they doing what they doing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Like I got
But
a lot for the Gabriel Fernandez. I didn't know much about it. I people, obviously being that I read tarot, I got teased a lot that I watched the Netflix thing, that documentary for Gabriel Fernandez. I
oh
didn't watch it.
yeah,
I watched the trailer for it, and that was it because I couldn't take no more than that. That was enough for me and enough information. So I went ahead and did the reading just off of the trailer, and I got about, I think it was 30,000 on that one, and a
wow,
couple other cases that were close um, around Christmas time, and a little bit after that from last year, but after that, like I said, I kind of took a break a little bit with it because it was getting, like you said, to the point where people were so competitive in those fields that it was like it makes you not even want to there like you want to express your opinion, but after a while it's like it ain't worth like waking up every morning to the 10 to 20 or 30 bashes over something somebody, like I said, if you don't like it, don't watch it. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
it's simple.
You don't got to comment on it. You don't got to write some long paragraph as to why. Like I said, I've never done that. I've never gone onto somebody's page and wrote a long, response as to why they're, crazy or why I don't agree with it. Like, I mean, if you want to have constructive criticism, that's one thing. But to just argue with somebody to argue with somebody, I don't see the point of that, especially when you ain't ever gonna see these people anyways. So what are you doing?
I
You
mean, and,
know?
and I mean when you think about it, it's not like it's a sometimes you may get a few thousand, sometimes you may get a few hundreds. Everything is just based on what people want to see. You know what I'm saying? And based on what
Mhm.
people want to hear. The Gabri
Drama.
the Gabrielle kid, like that was too much for me to watch, man. Like I couldn't. And then when I found out what happened to his mother when she went to jail, like what they did to her,
Mhm.
it was just crazy. Like they brutally beat that chick up. But you
Mhm.
know, I a lot of people have their own opinion, and I'm glad that you brought some type of awareness to it, and at least you brought it to people's attention because This.
Yeah,
I think he was 8 years old, 7 years old. Like, I mean,
yeah.
so for to
I
be
really,
writing comment,
yeah, I think he was about eight, to, like you said, about eight, between 8 and 7 to 9 years old or something like that. I just remember watching the trailer and then I watched the sentencing because I don't like to watch a whole lot before I do a case because if I know too much, then I might get too attached and then I can't do it. Like if it's
yeah,
children, and then if I said most times I said I don't want to know anything because I don't feel like, oh well, you knew this or you know, like I don't, like I said, I will watch a news article or read a news article, or I'll watch like I said for Gabriel's, like I said, I watched the trailer to the Netflix, and then I watched the mother's sentencing and the father's stepfathers, or like, you know, boyfriend or whatever. It went back and
yeah,
forth between whether he was the boyfriend or the stepfather, but I watched his where he got the death penalty and she just basically said everything. But it was about 3 minute clips each, so probably like 6 minutes total together, and then just maybe say 10 minutes of a trailer, and so maybe 60 minutes of information I watched. But again, the whole thing was horrifying. So that's what I'm saying. Like it was just, I couldn't believe this poor child was treated this way and nobody did nothing, or you know, or at least they tried. I understand with as far as the CPS, but it's still, I am still gonna say too that I think that they dropped the ball in that sense, and I think they do it quite often. And I'm not gonna lie about that either, especially where I live. You know, I'm in Texas, and I'm gonna say straight up, they will sit there and harass the hell out of people who don't do nothing wrong, and the people they should be worried about, they ain't worried about. You know what I'm saying? So it's
wow.
like, I think they need to double check themselves. Like I said, and I get, they say certain things, but I feel like after a while, I don't think this. I'm a employee of the state is an excuse to behave a certain way all the time. So that's just my opinion.
I agree with you, and that goes for everywhere else that's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And
So,
it is, and you're absolutely right. It is draining. A lot of people that sit there and just want to bash what we're doing instead of looking at the efforts and the time that we put in to put this type of information out. Like, it drains a person. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we don't, and it's considered the job. It is considered. This is considered the job. Whether people want, depending on what's the purpose. Because you got some people that just love the drama and love the gossip and love
yeah.
necessary stuff, and then you got people like us that are actually doing something positive. They got to deal with the headaches and the things that come for us. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed that a lot of YouTubers, the first thing they target, they don't even target us directly. They target the children. Like, I don't understand where that comes from. And why you targeting? Why would they want to target people's children? Like, that's just a
Oh
unnecessary.
yeah. It's just
And it
because
just,
they know it's gonna make you upset and hurt, and like, and that's
yeah, yeah.
unfortunate. Just like me, like I've been the same thing. You know, I've had, and on top of it, I have a special needs child. So what kind of piece of, junk even kind of makes fun of something like that? You know what I mean? Like you don't make fun of that kind of stuff. Like I said, it's just like, I don't know. I just feel like it's the lowest blow that you could possibly take, to be honest, when you're making fun of someone's children. And then, like you said, just YouTube in general, like you said, it's nothing but drama and bullying and harassment in a lot of areas. And it's unfortunate that, like I said, the channels who are doing are the ones that are seeming to run certain, areas the most, whereas the ones who are trying to stop it are being kind of hushed. Like they shouldn't say anything. But like, love you too. Good night. But sorry, I was telling my son good night. But
They're not.
yeah, I don't like how when something is done that is straight up wrong, or said that is straight up wrong, and you can see it through the whole video, you can see it in the title, you can see it in the thumbnail, and they sit there and go, well, I don't know what you're talking about. And then you go to another video that ain't nowhere near as bad, but yet they're gone. It's stricken. Or it's like, I mean, I haven't been, fortunately, I've been here I'll be here since October, and I'll be here a year. So I haven't obviously been here too long. But again, I do tarot, so there's not really much, I mean, they can say they didn't like a certain case or something like that, but there's not much other. besides that, besides me voicing my opinion on my lives here and there, but for the most part, I try to be respectful. I just give my opinion of what I really think, and how it's being handled and how it should be handled. Because again, it's very sad that some of the biggest creators lately, like Jenna Marbles and some
Hmm.
of them people, have literally walked away from YouTube because of the harassment and the bullying that they have let go on.
Hmm.
And that's at least 5 to 6 creators that I'm aware of within the last month that are major, like millions and millions of followers who have no longer wanted anything to do with YouTube because of the bullying and harassment and no help from YouTube.
Hmm. Unbelievable.
And I think it's wrong because it's basically like if you go to another job, are you allowed to harass the employees if you're an employee?
Yeah, of
Like,
course not.
no, of course not. Exactly, right? So why should, if you're both creators of the same company, why is one allowed to harass the other? That's what I'm wondering. And they can't give you no answer. They just send you some link and tell you, like, click this, and it does nothing for you. So that's just truly my opinion on it. That's my frustration with YouTube. They pretend as if they don't put up with these behaviors, but they don't do anything.
Hmm. They just sit back and watch.
Hmm. And collect
Hmm.
the money.
Yeah, because that's what they're doing is making money out of everybody that tunes in and has a channel. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I was saying, like YouTube does pay people, but Google owns YouTube, so they get a percentage. YouTube gets a percentage, then
Oh
you get a
yeah, they get fucking like, or excuse me, I'm sorry. They get at least like 40% of our of everything. Like, we get nothing. That's what I'm saying. People think people on YouTube get like, oh, it's like, no, you don't get nothing from them. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, not only do they not offer you, like you said, we like, it's even just say if you were to do, any of the programs, you only get about 40 to 50, like about 40% of it. Google and YouTube split it. So you don't even get all
I
your
mean,
money. You get half of it. Like, I did
no,
a live one time and I got $300. I only got 150 out of it. How is that right? When I'm sitting there using my gift to do readings and help people out and do the best, which I don't mind doing, but why do they deserve half of that money? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of one of those things where
exactly.
you looked at it after and you're kind of like, that's not fair. You know what I mean? And it's just, it has nothing to do with the money. It's the fact that y'all did nothing, actually, but let me just like, they're beautiful and shiny and clean. They are white. Not baby. Sorry. We have a certain routine before we go to bed. But again, I just don't think it's fair that YouTube creators are basically ripped off for half of their money because they feel the right to. Again, I mean, it's free to upload a video, it's free to start a channel, it's free to do all those things. So I don't see why we should be taken for half of what our, like, the time we put into something.
Yeah, and at the same time, people that are getting paid, if I'm not mistaken, they also got to pay taxes on the money that they
Mm.
get.
Oh yeah, and then you'll get paid like once a month, and it's not very much. You know what I mean? And it's like they, like, you have to report it still, but either way, it's more of a headache than what it is
Headache.
help. Yeah, it's a headache,
Hmm.
to be honest. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's points where it's like I've reported channels over and over again for harassment, bullying, whatever, nothing happens. To where it's like you don't want to end your channel, but it's like if, like, they almost tell you like, well, if you keep reporting people, then then you're in trouble. But it's like, okay, so they can sit there and harass people, bully them, hack them, treat them horribly, and y'all do nothing. But then when I complain about it, I can get reprimanded. Like, I don't understand that process, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that's just it's a lot, and I'm glad that you brought that up because it also taught me something, and for a lot of people that will be tuning into this once it's uploaded, and to be able to listen and fully understand it. I mean, everything we do, we have to put in time and dedication, and it doesn't
Right.
amount to what people are making. You know what I'm saying? So on
Yeah,
top of everything that we going on in our own lives, like you know what I'm saying, a lot of people, and not everybody, but a lot of people, they don't even take the time to say, hey, how you doing today? How you feeling
right.
today? You know, they just want to get straight to the point. You know what I'm saying? And it's
It
sad,
just
but
seems
it's
like
true.
people want to pick people apart, you know? Like you said, nobody wants to just be like, hey, how are you? Somebody wants to find out, what can I find out about this person, or what can I do to rattle them a lot of times, it seems lately. You know what I mean? Especially, like I said, on YouTube, unfortunately. It's been
Hmm.
that way. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I know when I started my channel, it wasn't to like I said again, you don't get paid a lot on here, so I don't know why people are under the assumption of that. Um, but you don't, and that's not the point of me doing it. I don't care about the money; they could take it away, and it wouldn't matter. So the money issue is not an issue at all. It's the issue of that I want genuine people who want to grow with me and my channel and grow spiritually, or I'm not interested. My block list is long, very, very
Hmm.
long. I don't put up with nothing on my channel like that. I'll give you a chance most of the time, but I don't use timeout. So it's
Hmm.
straight block and you can't come back. Like I said, because if you're
So,
not going to be open minded and respectful to the people in the room, then you don't need to come back because you're never going to be, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So it's not to be ugly, but I mean, I am spiritual, but at the same time, I'm also not going to put up with somebody harassing me and my subscribers just because they feel like it and they got nothing else to do and they don't agree. Well, if you don't agree, like I said, don't watch it and I'll block yourself for you. You know what I mean? So you don't have to
for
watch
real.
it. You don't have to make comments. You don't have to worry about it. Just don't pay attention to it. Click the button
Hey,
that says not interested and don't show me no more.
I definitely agree. And to be honest with you, one thing that I've noticed, which is a crazy part, is that a lot of people that start off being supportive sometimes end up being the same person that tries to bring you down. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like, there's no trust. Like I don't. There's no morals anymore. Like you can't. It's hard for you to reach out somebody that you could open up to, build a bond with, and and feel like they're being trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? It's just like now you gotta like be very cautious, and it puts people in a position
yeah,
where it closes doors for even the good people because it makes a person wanna even like be careful with the good ones because there's so many screwed up people and
yeah,
your trust that like now your eyes is on everybody. It don't matter who it is. It could even be your own surroundings. Like it's sad, but it's true. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen it a lot. You know what I'm saying? I've had people make videos of my videos while
right,
talking and saying certain things. And in the beginning, I didn't have a thick skin. I would just like really like I'll start to think
yeah,
that I'm out there. You know what I'm saying? And I know these people personally. And so somebody told me, you know what, you're gonna have to build a thick skin, or you're just not gonna be able to
yeah,
continue to have a YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
and for the
And that's
I
kind
have
of
a
where I am right now because you're like, what, 5 years into it?
yeah.
So I'm at the point, like you said, I had a bunch of, like you said, people I thought I could trust flip on me. You know what I mean? And like you said, the last one that I really thought I could trust made a channel and brought them all there. And now it's
Hmm.
like I'm the joke of the channel. And to me, that's like, y'all were rolling with me for like 7 months, y'all. What happened? You know what I mean? Because I caught y'all doing something y'all ain't supposed to be doing. So now y'all are out there trying to make fun of me. Like that's cool if that's what y'all want to do. But I'm at the point now to where it's like the last thing was enough for me to where it's like I've let them go mentally and I'm moving on and I'm focused on my channel, growing it. I've also been working with apps that also you can do tarot readings on, things like that. So it's like there's other avenues that I'm going down also too. Like I said, they think, like, oh, well, she's not doing it. It's like, no, I'm not gonna put up with your drama just because y'all ain't got nothing else to do. You know what I mean? It's like, pull the blueprints
Hmm.
and let's see what y'all can do. Because if y'all, like I said, if I'm not doing the stuff that y'all want me to do, so y'all can make fun of me, if I pull the blueprint, then what you gonna do? I'm just curious,
Exactly.
and most of the time they do nothing. And then if they do something, it's nothing but bashing. So that's what I'm saying. Like it shows you their true character because, like you said, if they really don't like, if somebody don't like somebody, then just don't talk to them no more. Move on.
But
Why do you gotta out them and try to expose them and make a fool of them? Why? You know what I mean? Like I'm
that's
not saying I've never bucked back and said something after 5 months of me being treated a certain way. I have, and am I always proud of it? No. But do I regret things? No. I'm also not going to let people walk all over me and make up things that ain't true. And then when I ask you, tell like produce it, and you can't produce it, then I think it's probably time to stop it. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, because every reaction has a reaction. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed that
Okay.
people love to be mentioned.
Mhm.
They get a kick out of being mentioned. And I also realize that you'll never know how good you're doing unless you have people against you and hating on you. What I don't respect is how I don't know if you could hear me.
It's lagging a little bit, but I can hear you in between.
Uh, yeah, it's just confusing. Like when it gets to the business, like the thing where you open up to somebody about personal stuff, and then that gotta be thrown. Like, what you got, whatever it is that you guys spoke about, gotta be known to everybody else. Like,
Right.
it's just uncalled for. Like, if you open up to somebody and they turn around and they go against you, they want to bring that up. Like, because that's the only thing that they possibly have. If you take away whatever they know about you, then what do they really know? It's just gossip.
Well, and half the time it ain't even nothing bad. It's them
It
twisting
ain't.
it, exaggerating, and making things worse than what it actually is. It ain't even deep like that. It's something so small, but they flip it into something so big, and it's not. You know what I mean? So, but again, like you said, they're doing it for views. They're doing it for notice. Things like that, and um, like I said, have I, done my readings and maybe said what I felt about a certain situation at the end? Yeah, like I said again, I'm human, whatever. But like you said, there's a certain point. I mean, and like at least I feel like anybody's gonna push back after being pushed too much, and be like, that's
Yeah.
enough, stop. You know what I mean? Like you keep saying this stuff, but it ain't true. And I know stuff about and like you said, everybody knows stuff about everybody. What's the point of exposing anything completely? You know what I mean? Um, but unfortunately, like you said, you have those people who are just out for it and they don't care. So they don't care if they hurt you. They don't care if they hurt your children. They don't care if they hurt your family. They don't care. Like I said, my computers have been hacked. My bank accounts have been hacked. My PayPal's, everything, emails, anything you can think of that could be hacked has been hacked. Even the system to my house to where you could like view through my house has been hacked. Like I had to go get a VPN and spend thousands of dollars just to stop it, and nothing happens. Again, they don't help me.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. It's just odd
And
how
like you
sometimes
said,
you run into it. Like, you know what I mean? Like you don't see it in certain things, and then other places you run into it. And it's like I said, when I started YouTube, I never thought that kind of world existed. Within at least when I first started watching
sure,
tarot, I didn't see nothing like that.
me either. It's been this past weekend. I've seen so much drama going on, like literally drama, like
Yeah.
of certain
And like
things
you
that
said,
I've
so
been
many
able to watch.
channels too. So many channels.
No, and then it be channels that no, like you don't see no positivity. You don't see one video that has to do with something positive. It's just straight drama, and then you see a lot of dudes beefing with females. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
what's
I
the
noticed
point?
that.
I don't know. I feel like people just got to be focused on what they're doing and forget about what everybody else is doing and saying. Like you said, I mean, after a long period of time, of course, you're going to have to defend yourself. At least you were patient enough to wait to then react. Like some people, they just first day, first couple days, and they already reacting. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, to be
Yeah.
honest, we don't know who's watching. Like we don't know if
Oh
somebody
yeah.
very important could be sitting back and watching and growing interest in us, but lose interest because of the drama. Because I'm positively sure that a lot of people have lost opportunities for their actions, whether they want to believe it or not. Because I'll be honest with you, you know how many news channels, you know how many reporters and news channels watch this channel. There's a lot. They
Yeah.
may not comment, they may not get on the live, but they be watching. You know, they be
Yeah.
watching. I have their phone numbers and stuff, and that's why I don't try to do anything negative. I'm always peace, 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 no drama, no. You know, I allow people to speak and stuff because I know that there's people behind closed doors that are watching that I've already met, and I don't want to give a wrong impression. So a lot of people that have a channel, they don't
Yeah.
even know these they're losing. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
And that's
the
kind of
people
how
in
you were saying,
the
like this week, like reflecting on that. You know what I mean? Like it's been to me enough now. And so like to me it's like I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm gonna continue doing my, my live with my regular subscribers, enjoy our conversations, have a great time, upload my cases, do my private readings, and to me all the drama can just like leave itself at the door because I'm not even addressing it, nor like I said, if anybody even brings anything up in my room in that type of sense, it's just blocked. I'm not dealing with it because if they're there to bring it up, they're there to talk about it and they're there to address it and maybe to me start more problems about it. So um if I just feel like if you're positive, don't bring negativity to my page about somebody who you know is negative towards me or my
I
page.
agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
100%. Because, like I said, we don't know who's watching. Just
Yeah.
because they're not typing, just because they're not commenting.
Hmm.
I mean, one of those views could be somebody really important that could grow interest and say, hey, you know what? I've been watching this person for a certain amount of time. Let me reach out to them and let me give them an opportunity because I like what they're doing. And a lot of people haven't recognized that because they're so stuck into just negative stuff that they lose opportunities. I'm a prime example to that. Like I've spoken to reporters and I've done interviews with people that are professional. They'll tell me, they'll be like, you know how many channels I watch? You know how many channels I'm disgusted by where I first think that they have potential and I want to give them an opportunity, but then I lose
Right.
interest because of their character and what they're doing. Like, and I was shocked because I'm like, damn, I didn't know that important people be really watching what we doing. I thought it was just YouTubers and regular random.
No.
No, it's really
They
important people.
definitely watch. I mean, I hate to even
Why?
say it. I mean, as much as tarot is tarot, we have important people. I mean, people and people watch it. We got family members. As I said, you always have to be respectful when you're reading, especially when I'm doing cases. I try to be respectful as possible to the spirits themselves, their family members, anything involved, because
Mm-hmm.
you don't know who is watching. So to be
Mm-hmm.
disrespectful and cursing and making up what you think might happen. Like I said, it's okay to say I have a feeling this might happen or I had a feeling, but if you don't know for sure, and it hasn't been a good amount of time, it's the best thing to kind of do is just to say, my intuition or my feeling. But to just like curse it up and just make up stories that you think might have happened to get views, that's disrespectful to the families.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because they're like you said, you don't know who's watching. Their mother that could be watching, their parents could be watching, their brothers, sisters, cousins, anybody could be watching. So you want to be very respectful to them in every way, shape, and form. Whether you're doing a reading or if they have passed or they haven't. You just want to make sure that you're respectful to everybody involved.
Exactly. I agree with you
So
100%. And and I really like your mindset and the way you think, and That's why I've always said to myself that I see a lot of potential in you. Because if you keep doing what you're doing and continue to focus on what you're doing, a lot of opportunities are gonna open up because everything you do is just 100% accurate, and I'm positively sure that people that you've did readings to, they're very grateful. I'm sure that they've went back and told people, hey, such and such, did a reading for
Yes.
me and were accurate. You should tune in because everything is word of mouth. You tell
Yes.
this person goes and tell 10 other people, and that's just how your channel grows. You know what I'm saying? Because with you, your
Right.
character never changes. You could tell that you
That's
keep it 100, of course, but you can tell that you're a humble person, and that's what people really, well, from my opinion, I think that that's what people really like the most about you. That is that you're humble and you're accurate with what you do, and you're patient, and you put your dedication and your time into doing it. So a lot of opportunities are gonna come your way, and the people that went against you and envied you are gonna regret that one way or another. You know what I'm saying? I
right.
strongly believe that. So
Right. And like you said, it's hard too. It's like because you want to keep growing your talents, you want to keep growing your gifts, and then people are going against you. And it's like, so, like you said, it is one of those things. Like you said again on YouTube, you have to just kind of grow a thick skin and not
mm,
pay attention to it. So, like a lot of things, I don't pay attention to. And like you said, the more I don't pay attention to that negativity, like you said, the more opportunities and more doors open for me.
yeah,
So
absolutely,
the more people I meet that are like minded, the more people that I meet that are very genuine and very whatever, and obviously the more in tune I get, so I can pick it up more when they're more in tune. So that's like when you came to the page, I could tell that like you were genuine. You know what I meant? You know what I mean? So it's like I liked that for once. It was refreshing to meet a page of a similar size of mine that didn't
mm,
gloat on the size of the page. It didn't matter about the size of the page because it's not what it's about. It's about being here to make people feel comfortable, a safe
exactly,
place to talk, and make everybody feel like we are one because we, like you said earlier, we all came from the same place. We're all returning to the same place. So,
exactly,
for anybody to act above anybody else is not okay. To disagree and say I don't like what you said or I don't like what you did, that's different. But to sit there and put somebody down for what they do or how they are or what they look like or how they speak or any of those things, that's not right at all to me.
exactly. I agree with you, one
Yeah.
hundred
And
percent.
unfortunately, you get a lot of that here.
Hmm. And that's why a lot of
Yeah.
people easily give.
Yeah.
They give. But people like me and you, we just continue doing what we're doing, and like we said, we don't know. It could be one person watching that knows 100 other people. Go and tell people, hey, you know what? Go check out such and such and such, and you start to see new
Right.
people, and it just grows. It just grows. It grows on its
Yeah.
own. I mean, honestly, I never focus on numbers. Never. Sometimes
No.
I look at the chart. I look at the chart.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I lost 20 subs. Hey, you know
Yeah.
what? That 20 subs that didn't deserve to hear what I gotta say. But then
Yeah.
a few weeks later, it's like, okay, I went from 20 subs to the ones that I lost. Now I gained 50. Like, it's a
Yeah,
win.
that's happens to
But
me a lot too.
I
That
didn't
happens to
do
me
it.
a lot too, actually. That's funny that you mentioned that because it happens to me a lot. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I can lose like 5 in like 20 minutes and then gain back 10 in like an hour. I'm like, I don't get it. Like, you know what I mean?
No, but
So that does happen a lot, I've noticed.
then I came across somebody that's been doing this for a long time, and they said, you know what? YouTube is unsubbing people, like literally unsubbing them,
That's
like
what I heard. I
list.
heard that. And then but I also heard they were picking out uh spamming accounts.
Uh
The ones
huh.
that were doing things like picking at people and harassing. But I'm not it might be a mixture of both because I do know I when I did the survey, for notifications and subscribers, it was like half and half. Like half were getting it, half weren't.
Well,
So I'm not really sure why it's literally cut down the middle. I'm not, if they're just missing it. But then they did send us the email, of course, and say that it was the way that the person was signed in was the way that they got the notification. But I get notifications for my own lives, and I'm like, I'm gonna know that I'm live because I'm
me
on it.
too. Me too. Like I know I'm live because y'all just told me I'm live. So how come?
Yeah, I'll get like I'll get two notifications at once sometimes, and I'm like, I know I'm on it. Like,
How thousands of people that we have don't know that, but we know that. You know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know. And then as soon as I'm done with it, I'll get messages that are like, "Oh, I just got a notification," and I'm like, "But I just signed out. Like, how did you just
Word,
get a notification?" It's
word.
real
Like,
odd. It's very odd that the way that it seems to work. I don't know. I don't know.
but the good thing is that we enjoy doing what we're doing. So,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
it's hard to focus on the numbers and focus on what we enjoy doing because if we stop enjoying what we love to do, then we don't like me. If I don't have a passion for what I'm doing, I'm just not gonna do it. You know,
Yeah,
and it's just
yeah.
it just goes with everything. If you don't feel comfortable with what you're doing or your surroundings, you're gonna separate
No.
yourself from. You know what I'm
And
saying?
like you said, if you listen too much to what people say, you're gonna feel that way, and there's no reason to let that make you feel that way because, like you said, I've had many people make me feel like I shouldn't do what I do, but I've also had many people, many probably quadruple the people tell me thank you for everything. You know what I mean? Like thank you for being here, thank you for being you. I mean, I don't like so much keep track of my subscribers or nothing like that. But like I do kind of like whenever we do hit a certain amount, I do things for them like giveaways, parties, we have fun, we dress up, we do things like that. But it's more for like to be fun and celebrate as a family, kind of like you would as a family. It's not so much the numbers,
Exactly.
it's like look how strong we become together. So that's
Exactly.
important to me.
Could you imagine if you was to make one? Could you imagine if you was to make one video about all the people that have ever went against you? Could you imagine how many views you would get? It would be. It would be.
Mm,
It would be like, where did
millions.
these numbers? Where did these people?
Millions of views probably. And when a positive video gets like what, 60?
Yo, you know how many people I could sit back and just be like, you know what? I don't like such, and just upload it and just give it 2 or 3 hours and just be like, where did these people come from? Like, I don't, I mean, and it's like, okay, we want to be recognized, but we don't want to be recognized by negative because when all the drama is said and done, and then what? There's nothing else to talk about because it's like a liar. A person that lies got to cover lie on top of a lie until they run out of
Yeah.
lies. It's gossip.
Yeah. And then they forget their lies. So then it starts all
Exactly.
over again. And then they find some other crap, excuse me,
No,
to bring up that's not true. And it's like, what happened to the other lie that you said that don't make any sense with the lie you're telling now? You know what I'm saying? It's like it is a creator thing most of the time. Like you said, it is a way to kind of attack each other. That's why I said it's a shame that it's allowed to happen. You know what I mean? Because it shouldn't be happening, especially when you are an employee for these people and so are they. So it's basically said it wouldn't be put up with in another place. So why is it put up with here? I don't understand it. But like you said, it is just, you kind of have to, like you said, grow a thick skin, get, past it and focus on what your positivity is, what you want to bring to it. And like you said, I don't focus and you don't focus too much on numbers. It's not about numbers. It's about like how many people can we genuinely reach out to that genuinely get our perspective and want to, like I said, even if it's criticism, constructive criticism, it doesn't have to be nasty.
exactly. You can say what you gotta say respectfully.
Right, right.
You know that. it's just two ways of saying it, either being disrespectful and addressing it or addressing it respectfully. Because a lot of
Right.
people don't have the mindset, but like I said, from my experience, I could tell you from my own experience, people are important, professional people that are looking for people to give them opportunities are watching. They are watching. So for those that got drama and conflict and just bashing each other, they lose our opportunities. People like us, we have a bigger opportunity. Numbers don't mean anything. I had came across an incident where two Spanish girls was beating on a African American woman while she was getting on the bus. I had recorded it and I had uploaded it just to bring awareness. The next thing you know how many news channels and news reporters and everybody and their mother was reaching out to me. Hey, we want to interview you. Hey, we want to have you on the radio station. Like, hey, we want to have you on the newspaper. And I'm like, where did these people come from? I only have 2,000 subscribers.
Right.
There's people that got
Right.
millions of subscribers and don't even get the opportunity. I
No.
just uploaded a video to bring some type of awareness, and now everybody's contacting me. And then I put it together when they told me. Most of them told me, hey,
Yeah.
listen, watching YouTubers, and we want to give YouTubers an opportunity to do something bigger and better than what they're doing now. But we see a lot of conflict, a lot of drama, and a lot of issues, and we don't want to bring that around us. Nobody wants
No.
that.
No. And that's what I'm saying.
Nobody
Like, I've
wants that.
tried to take my channel in a new direction in the sense of like, yeah, I've ignored stuff for months, but then there's times that I've responded, and there's times where I'm like, you know what, it's not, like I said, it was in the last, few weeks or so reflecting, it's not worth the time to even like take the breath to say it. So, and like you said, it's nothing but free promotions. Even though I don't use the channel's names, I don't say their names. I don't whatever. They use my name, which is great because I get subscribers. But again,
Exactly.
yeah, like if you want to use my channel's name, every single day, twice a day on different channels, go right ahead, knock yourselves out. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to jokingly make fun of you back for making fun of me, then, again, that's, a decision that I have to deal with at the end of the day, nobody else. So, but again, I don't, like I said, I try to keep it positive the best that I can, like I said, but there are some days where anybody would be like, okay, that's enough, stop it. You know what I mean? Like, I know what you said, I know what you did, stop. You know what I mean? And so, but then even then, you still get judged for even saying that.
Hmm.
So,
You're absolutely right.
yeah.
I agree with you 100%.
But like you said, if everybody's on there arguing and screaming and yelling and whatever, there's thousands and millions of views.
Yeah,
So that's why it happens. You know what I mean? Because people can't help but watch a train wreck.
and they lose out on because I be seeing people 50,000, 100,000, and I'm like, damn, like you started off good, you now you ending up bad, and you wondering why. Okay, you got 100,000 subscribers, but 100,000 people don't tune into the live.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't
I
even comment.
know.
Look at the comment section.
No,
The
I've seen people who almost have like 10,000 subscribers and they might have like 100 or 200 views a video. You know what I mean? So
I,
how you got 10,000 subscribers but only 200 people watched it? You know what I mean? It
oh,
don't make any, that don't make no sense to me. Obviously, you're not
exactly.
connected. And most of the time, once people subscribe, they don't unsubscribe too much. You know what I mean? So they're not, these people aren't particularly always following them on a daily basis. It's kind of like they subscribed at some point and then they just kind of stayed subscribed.
Yeah, they forget that they're subscribed. So it's like
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, numbers don't really mean much. I just
No.
enjoy doing what I'm doing. I love doing what I'm doing. You never know what's
Yeah.
gonna. You never know. You can make one video that could just go viral all over the
Oh,
place.
yeah. Like the
Never
Gabriel
know.
Fernandez video, I had no clue the Gabriel Fernandez video would get that big. I
Mm,
had so many family. I mean, I've worked with actually I'm working with another family right now and we're getting ready to do a live soon for her son and stuff. But but the same kind of situation, CPS kind of dropped the ball, and something kind of ended up happening, and so now the boy's no longer around. So we've been working together for almost a year now, the mother and I. So and basically, we get along pretty well. I said, I do my best that I can to help in any way that I can. So again, like I said, you never know who's watching. You know what I'm saying? Like so, and then I get certain comments still, even to this day, on the Gabriel Fernandez video. Honestly, I don't even remember exactly when I recorded that video. It could be 6 months ago, 8 months ago now. I'm honestly not sure because I've done so many cases. But either way, like I said, I never, ever, ever expected that response to that video. Like 30,000 views, never expected it.
Wow.
Never.
Wow.
And then that's why people are like, oh, she watched it. I'm like, dude, you have no clue. I didn't watch any of it because there's no way empathically that I'd be able to because
Hmm.
it's too much for me. You know what I mean? Like
Um,
I wouldn't be able to read him if I watched that documentary. It would have been too hard.
it's me, and I broke down watching
Yeah.
a little bit about it. Like I just broke down. I was watching a channel that does EVPs, and he, I guess he was talking to him or whatever. So I'm like, Gabriel, like, so I'm like, let me go on Google, and then when I found out that it had a Netflix, I was like, let me check out the Netflix. When I checked it for like maybe less than 10 minutes, I was like, I can't do this.
Hmm.
I
That's what I
just
said. I
couldn't.
watched the trailer, and then they were like, "Oh, well, you need to watch it before you do the reading." I was like, "No, I don't need to watch anything before." I was like, because he's going to tell me how he feels, and the reading alone itself was intense. As I was saying, there's like I did Gannon Stotch's case for a very, very, very long time. Gannon Stotch's case was very hard for me to do, especially unfortunately, like that's the one time I have to say I did cry on YouTube when I read when they found his remains and how they
Uh,
found them and the charges that they had because it was like so many charges and the moving of the body and the tampering with the body and my son's autistic and things like that. So there was even now I can call him in if I want to, but I choose not to because it's too emotional. So I
hmm,
save it for when I really am gonna need it, like the case itself. So I try not to get too involved. And I know recently some letters have come out, I believe, but I haven't looked into them because I don't think I can right now. To be honest, I don't want to know what she says. I don't believe her. I think she's horrible for what she did to that poor boy. And
hmm,
again, it's just something that, and then again, from my knowledge, he was not only was, if he didn't wasn't autistic, did have some type of learning disability, and then he was also preemie, which both of my children, one's preemie and one's autistic. So it was almost like kind of having, both of it hit me at once. And so it was kind of like, again, I know I'm not the mother, I know it's not my situation, but it hit kind of just that close to home of going into, it reminded me of those moments. You know what I mean? So that was a case again that
it's
I got close to way, like I kind of let myself get very invested in it.
hmm, wow. And
Yeah, I
that's
mean, to where you
you
would
know
wake
it.
up like almost crying about it because you could see them. You can see them sometimes. Like I can see him if I look, if I, and I know it sounds crazy, to most people who don't believe in it, but if I picture him, I can see him standing between mountains with his hands kind of like, here I am, but it's kind of like it's still sad because I can kind of picture my own child at the same time because they were about the same age. So it's
Hmm,
very hard for me to do that. So that's why I don't tap in. Because when I tap in, I see my child almost intertwined and it's hard for me to do that.
wow. Yeah, I mean, I really couldn't imagine, but I know that you put your all into it, and it's just. it, it becomes something else when you could relate to
Right.
certain situations. Like you know what it feels like to be in dumb shoes. You know what I'm saying? And it
Right.
becomes
One, yeah, and like the preemie thing, and the special, any type of special needs thing. I know what that feels like. You know what I mean? So that alone breaks my heart. You know what I mean? Like, how could you do that? Like, I mean, how could anybody do that? But with those things on top of it, like, it's like it makes it even more heartbreaking. Um, I don't know. There's just so many things that have happened recently that I don't understand it. The Valos. And I know it's a little bit off subject from where we got from the beginning of the conversation, but it's more, it is some stuff that I do, as far as crime and things. But even when I looked in Kanika Jenkins, I believe her name was,
yes.
that was totally set up. Um,
Hmm.
I did a reading on it. Um, there was a male that was unhappy about something with her. Again, that's it. Again, you can take it for what it is, but I don't know the situation whatsoever. I looked up a news article. I basically got what the name of the hotel was, what happened, what day it was, the time. If you look at the reading, I really don't have much information on it other than what happened. And I feel like the whole time I'm walking, I'm being watched around the corners. And from what I understand, there was supposed to be one of the guys whose friends that worked at the hotel. I don't know if that's correct or not. But that's to my understanding. So
Wow.
again, if there were security cameras, then you could do what you wanted with them if you had access. But again, that's only to my understanding. I'm not sure if that's proof nor, just something somebody said. But from the reading I got, even if a person didn't work there, I still feel like somebody was following me down the hallways and watching me kind of bump into the walls and stumble. Like, it's not just because I'm being recorded, it's because somebody's watching me.
Watching. Hmm.
Like, I'm almost like, because I can almost get to the point where you look from the other side, the other person's view
Exactly.
sometimes. So I'm watching her bump into the walls. So that's what I'm saying. So somebody's watching her.
Oh man, that was, and I couldn't explain how she had. It looked like she had like black plastic like in between her nails, and I remember
Yeah.
in one of the surveillance, it shows a man dragging a garbage bag. If I'm not mistaken, was dragging it down the stairs.
Right. Well, I
And how
noticed
did
too the
that?
pictures in the freezer, I believe, is where they found her body. Um, those are heavy doors. Very, very heavy doors. So, if she was intoxicated the way they're saying, I'm not saying she couldn't have opened it, but that would have been extremely hard to get all the way in and then position herself, knock her own shoe off from the photos I saw.
Hmm.
Um, it just doesn't look like a natural position that a body would be laying it in if something
Yeah,
like that
that-
happened. Wouldn't you
no,
be
man.
um wouldn't you be huddled up in the corner if you're cold?
Exactly.
Why would
Yeah.
you be completely bent backwards, missing a shoe, all this kinds of it just looked not right to me. That's all. And I said, and that's just my opinion. And the reading I got, she did give off the impression that there was a male figure that might have been jealous that she was ready to move on to another male figure. So that's what I got from the reading so far. Whenever I did get it, but again, that's just again, that's if you believe in tarot, don't believe in tarot. But again, from what I'm picking up from the other person's energy and then from her energy, it's almost like she was fine and then she wasn't fine. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm having a great time. I'm talking to everybody, but then all of a sudden I feel really, really hazy and I don't really know which way to go. And so I kind of just wander off. You know what I mean? So I don't, and that's kind of from the security footage. It seems that appears to what she did. But the fact that they made it sound like two, I think they said she smoked spice or something like that, and that's why they tried to claim that she or maybe that's somebody else. I could be wrong. Or maybe I don't know, but my point is the way that whatever they claimed she did was not the way that she would have reacted.
Reacted.
So
Yeah,
that's the problem I
I was,
have.
yeah, that was definitely something else. And I don't understand how her own friends didn't even go. How long after they even went and started looking for her? Like,
They waited to like the next. Well, the mother went right away and tried to get him to, but the staff waited. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. Like from what I heard, one of the boys' friends worked at the hotel, and so I don't know if they were stalling
mm,
him to try to figure out what to do, or if they knew where she was, so they were stalling. But either way, I do know they put the mother off for a bit, to my understanding, when she tried to report her missing and saying it wasn't like her. And then she was there for probably a good almost 12 hours before they actually found her. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
unbelievable.
and like you said, none of the friends nor whatever went looking for her. Like, especially as girls, and you're at a hotel party. I know as far I'm in Texas, but there's a rule we have. Like
Hmm.
when you go out, you don't leave anybody alone. You know what I mean? If somebody
Oh,
disappears, you go find them.
you damn right.
So why didn't nobody go looking? You know, and then I do remember some of her friends saying they think that maybe she possibly left with somebody or left on her own. But either way, did they call her? I never found about if any phone records if they called her and tried to track her down or anything like that. So I don't want to speak upon that. But as far as I know, I mean, I'm watching this girl walk up and down hallway after hallway after hallway, and there's not one person coming after her. But yet I feel like I'm watching her. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and it's not the camera watching, like I'm level watching. So that's what I'm saying. So there's something not right about that story.
And you know what? You just pinpointed something that caught my attention. The way she was positioned in that freezer. It's
It was
just
odd.
not. It's just not adding up. You're
No.
right. You would be up in a corner. Like, yeah,
Yeah, even if you were intoxicated, I mean, even if she was intoxicated to the level or whatever they're claiming, which they still can't really be completely clear about that. Besides, she had a little bit of alcohol and maybe something else. But they can't prove, to my knowledge, what it would have been. But that's not a normal position, especially for a freezer. Like I said, again, you're going to be huddled up in the corner, and the missing the shoe. It's almost like somebody pushed her in there, and
in
it
there.
knocked her shoe off.
Hmm.
And then they shut the door, and that's why she was kind of like almost like they made it sound like she was in that position because she was reaching for the door. But regardless, again, if she was reaching for the door, she would be huddled in the corner by the door handle,
Exactly.
not
And I
laying on her back inside.
nah. It looked like they. It looked like whoever did it just positioned her body that way. That's where they messed up at. They messed up by the way they positioned her. That's what made every people start to think that something wasn't right. But you're the first person out of you know how many people I've heard and people have made videos trying to explain what happened. But you're the first person that actually pinpointed the way she was positioned in
Yeah,
that freezer. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? It's not adding up.
Well, I mean, even if you watch her walk down the hallway, does she seem intoxicated? Yes, but to the point where she would. Like I said, again, the freezer doors are extremely heavy, no matter where you are. So she could barely walk without bumping into the wall. And then you have a freezer door that's probably like 50 pounds
Hmm.
that you got to open. And then, so what'd she do? Slip inside backwards? Like, it doesn't make sense. She went, if you
Doesn't.
look at the picture, she's feet first. So that's the part where I'm like, it looks like someone just kind of opened the door and pushed her in. That's what it kind of
Push
looks like. And especially because her
that.
leg, I want to say, is bent a little bit where her shoe is missing.
That's crazy, man.
I don't know.
I,
Again, I look into a lot of crime cases, and I try to look at the photos. And I try to put myself in that position. I don't feel like I put myself there. You know what I mean? When I see the photo, I don't feel like I did that. If that makes sense.
yeah, I mean,
You know what I
I agree
mean?
with. And you know what's crazy that there's also another case. I'm sure you probably heard of Kendrick Johnson.
I actually did a reading on it.
Yeah, that one right there. Let me tell you, man. Like
That was
that story
also a setup. That was an organ thing of some sort.
because
Um,
hmm,
but
the if I'm not mistaken, from what I've seen, he had a problem with this kid, and that kid's father, if I'm not mistaken, is a federal agent.
you're correct.
And then the clips, there was clips missing,
Mm-hmm.
it was pieces of missing of what actually I think the guy said like an hour and change of the footage was
Yes.
missing.
Yes.
You find him wrapped up in a mat, talking about he was
Mm-hmm.
trying to reach some sneakers that he stashed there. Like it just, and then how his organs were missing.
I don't understand. Now, again, I don't know how that case ended up ending, to be honest, because I read it, and but he did very much make it clear that it was not one boy. There was two, to my knowledge, that was related somehow to this agent. Again, and I want to say they were brothers or cousins, one or the other, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Um,
they did say something about brothers.
I think they were brothers, and like I said, and the dad was an agent, and that's when I heard that apparently there was an argument or disagreement about a girl,
Hmm.
and so that's when they ended up finding him rolled up in this mat, supposedly trying to get his shoes, which I think is a crock of BS.
I
Because
mean,
how do you get as big as he was, as strong as he was? How would you get rolled up in a mat trying to get a pair of shoes?
come on now.
Yeah, so that to me is a bunch of junk, and his organs is even more disturbing because alone what they did with the mat was sickening. But what was the other stuff about? You know what I mean? I don't understand that because I understand there's a market for it, but from what I like, from what I got from the article and the reading, it was a disagreement between these two, males and about a female, but yet I don't understand why the organs were missing unless they just took it as an opportunity. The only thing I could think of that I couldn't figure out about, besides using it as an organ market type thing, is that maybe they drugged him with something, and that would be in your organs a lot of times. And now I know you can still get it from your tissues, but a lot of times they'll test like your liver, things like that, to kind of get toxicity levels. So I was thinking maybe they gave him something to do that and roll him up in the mat and knocked him out, kind of, or they whatever they did to him, and maybe that's why they removed the organs so they couldn't test them. That's the only thing that I could think of why the organs might be missing, other than trying to sell them.
Yeah, that was something else. I mean, when I heard that his parents were saying that his organs and stuff was missing, I'm like, and then the father of these boys were federal agents and they were never
Mm-hmm.
charged. Like, if I'm not mistaken, to this day nobody's been charged.
To my understanding, no. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I didn't. That's why I said I didn't want to speak too much on if they had been charged because I wasn't sure. But as far as I know, I said again, it was two boys. It was two. Their father was an agent, and that was the most that I got out of that. And then the organs were missing, and then they had the whole made up story about him being in the mat, which that's complete junk, and I think everybody knows it because that makes no sense. Um, Especially again with the size he was. Like I said, like I said again, I'm still teeter tottering, and maybe I could do a reading on it alone. Why the organs were removed, because I kind of feel like they might have done something that would have been traceable within the organs. But yeah, that's just my particular feeling on it. So yeah,
Yeah. Hello.
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said my particular feelings about the organs is whether they were doing something with them or they were don't want somebody to find something in them. So that's why they were missing.
Hmm.
Again, I know you can do skin stuff, but most of the time, if you would have given him something to knock him out or anything like that immediately, it wouldn't have made it to your skin tissue. It'd probably been in your bloodstream. Um, Now again, with him being rolled up in the mat, I don't, and his organs missing, I don't really know how. I just, from my knowledge, the organs were missing once they got to the funeral home. I don't know if they were missing before that though,
I mean, well, that's a good question.
because if it was missing after the funeral home, that's where you know they definitely interfered. If they're missing before, I mean, obviously they still interfered. But the point is, I'm curious if they were missing because I thought I heard them say they didn't realize that the organs were missing until they went to the funeral home to do the whole like embalming of the body, and that's when they opened the body and found that there was no organs, to my knowledge. But I could be wrong about that particular situation. But I want to say it was once they got to the funeral home, and that's when they realized there was no organs.
No organs. I mean, without even without their parents' permission of any kind, and then the
Right.
autopsy. Like how many autopsies they did? I think they did like more than one.
Oh, you know what? I want to say I think one of the articles said that his like organs were almost liquefied because of how long he had been rolled up in the mat, which is a total another piece of whatever. Because like I said, I have done a lot of medical stuff and that's not true. Your organs would not liquefy in that amount of time unless they were like poisoned or something were to be put into the system to make them do that. So that's what I'm saying. So that was their reasoning, I think, if I remember right. I need to rewatch the reading at some point, and then probably read it. But I do think I remember them saying the reason that there was no organ is that they had been so like, he had been there so long, quote unquote, type of thing. Like they kind of liquefied themselves, and that's not true. For as long as they said that he was there, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, of course not.
No, they would have
I
been
don't.
completely whole.
Mm-hmm. So I mean that was something else. So I mean, only God knows what they did with this kid's organs, and then nobody's held us.
I feel like they disposed of them. That's why I feel like it's not like they did anything to sell his organs, because I feel like if I try to tap into where it went, I feel like they didn't go anywhere useful, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I feel like it was more to hide something, is what I feel like. I don't feel like they went to, I mean, I don't even know what the Oregon black market thing is and how that would work. I'd
Yeah,
imagine the whole thing's twisted, but I do know that I don't feel like um, if I put myself in that position of his mind, I don't feel like he's almost kind of saying like they weren't used for nothing. It was almost like they were used to hide something. Is a better way to say it.
yeah, to cover it up.
Yeah, it was a cover up. It was a cover up.
Unbelievable.
So, I
Um,
mean, it's unfortunate, and I feel sorry for his family that it happened the way it did, and that should never, ever, ever happen to any family at all,
yeah,
especially like the way it happened and what happened. But unfortunately, for him, like you said, it's sad that there's been nothing brought to justice or no sense made of it.
I mean, and if I'm not mistaken, Kendrick Johnson's case and Kanika Jenkins' case
Hmm.
weren't they both in Chicago?
Um, I'd have to look back. think, I think they were both in the same place, though, to
Like
my
something
knowledge.
not adding up, and then it's just, I mean, they keep saying that it's for orgy.
Chicago is a hard place too, though. For the
I mean,
most part, from what I understand, as far as like getting things looked into, as far as when something like that happens. So I do know that about most of the Chicago. I'm sure there's areas where it's different, but for my most part, I do know that they kind of don't overexert themselves in certain situations, to my knowledge.
it's unbelievable. I noticed that they looked into this guy's case. Was I think is uh, uh, Smollett, something like that. He was in that
Mhm.
TV show Empire,
Mhm.
and
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
he had made false allegations about being, like a
being
hate.
beaten up or something like
They,
that.
they, they looked more into his case than these two young innocent people.
I
Now
mean,
I mean I know
unfortunately, that's like media for you right now. Like
pretty
it's like who's gonna get me views again? YouTube almost like what's gonna get me views? Like you don't have to be talking about something genuine or how you really feel. It's like what's gonna be the most dramatic and get me views.
ain't even lying.
Yeah.
Not even because George Floyd's case, I don't think that we would have ever known about it if it wasn't recorded.
Yeah.
It's
There's a
just
lot
sad.
of cases that I like. Even there was a case. I think you mentioned it earlier before I got on the live, or I don't know if we talked about it, but I had never heard about it. And you said it was something in the Junior? Is that his
Yeah,
name?
uh,
I've
Junior.
never heard of that case at all. I have no clue what that has and
Uh,
what that
uh,
case
that,
entails.
let me tell you that case right there. Like I was like literally like documenting what was going on. This young boy, he had he was home and he had got a text message from from another guy that used to date his sister, telling him that if he can borrow $5. So this young boy goes to his mother. It was like 9:40 at night. Goes to his mother and he says, "Can I bring such and such $5 because he's hungry." So while he went out there to bring him the money, on his way back, he ends up running into a group of kids that are down with a gang, and they chased him. The kid ran into a store, and when he got to the store, they went inside the store and they started. The kid was hiding, scared for his life, and they started arguing with the manager, like, "Oh, he stole from my grandmother. He owed us money." So the store owner got out the way and allowed these gang members to drag him out the store. When they was beating him inside the store. One guy was beating him inside the store. When they dragged him outside, um, they ended up stabbing him up. And
Yeah.
the kid was stabbed up. He was able to get up and run to the nearest hospital, which was like a long block away. And when he got to in front of the hospital, he passed away. He died.
Right. Right.
It was just it was a real crazy situation. I was able to
Yeah.
find out the things that actually happened. Um, and they was trying to say that it was a mistaken identity, but it really wasn't. What happened was that this kid was with another kid that had shot a rival gang member in the eye, and because they couldn't find the kid that actually had shot the rival gang member, and they found this kid, and they ended up taking
Yeah,
him. I'm saying so.
taking it out on him.
But
Yeah.
if you were to look into it, like you would read a lot about it. Like I have a lot of information.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into it more. I just hadn't heard of it. I was looking through your videos and I was like, I saw where you said his name and I was like, Gee, I was like, I haven't heard of that name yet. You know what I mean? I was like, so I was kind of trying to catch up a little bit and see
Man,
exactly what it was about, because again,
I'm gonna be
you
honest.
know,
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you was to do a reading on this boy, oh man,
yeah, I would just need more. Well, I'll look him up and stuff 'cause I see where you
man,
have his name and
these
stuff. I just need a little bit like
people
what
begging.
the supposed situation was that like they say warranted that behavior because I'm curious what their answer is to that. You know what I mean?
I mean, to be honest with you, I met his mother, father, sister. I was going to court constantly. I I went to the cemetery to visit him. Like I went marching to protest for justice for
Yeah.
him. It was a lot. It was a lot. His mom is a very very strong woman. But I'll be honest with you, if you was to do a reading, if you was to look into everything that
Yeah.
happened, if you was to do a reading on that young boy, God knows how many people would
Yeah, I
witness.
mean, I'd be
Yeah,
more than happy
he
to.
alone.
Like I said, I know his name was Junior. I didn't get to see. I have to look through your videos to see what his
Um,
last name was, so I can pull it up. Or unless you want to just shoot me an article in the email, and I'll go ahead and do a reading on it.
yeah, for sure. I mean, if you was to do that, I mean, being that everybody knows me for doing everything that I could, like where I would even like make a video, let everybody know that that's something that you've done. Like his
Yeah.
mother his family and stuff do be tuned in. But I notice a lot of people keep asking, can somebody do a reading for him or do an EVP on him? Like, not that his case has went cold and unheard because everybody loves him.
So is it
Everybody.
unsolved?
No, I mean so far it was between nearly 20 people that were involved in this case, and what happened was is that there's two separate trials. The first
Mm,
trials are over with, so a lot of them got charged for murder, for first degree murder. So
right.
the what was I think the first five set of people got life in jail without the possibility of parole, except one of them, and the rest still has to go to court for the second try to face second degree murder.
Right.
Um, and two people were able to be let go. One of them for testifying against the same people that he participated with in this killing, and the guy that confronted him in the store also was able to be let go. So it was a really
Yeah.
sad situation, like really sad. I don't know if you ever heard of this reporter named Mary Murphy.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, she's from New York. She's a really big reporter, and she's covered the case from the beginning to the end. Like I stay in
Mhm.
contact with her from time to time.
Mm,
Um, we was able to meet a few times in court and stuff like that. I came out on Channel 7 News when I was there talking about it as well. But it's a
what
really
year was that?
that was in 2018.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Because again, they did. I mean, obviously I'm in Texas, but I mean, most of the time we kind of hear stuff, still no matter where we are. But for some reason, we didn't. They showed no coverage for that.
Yeah, that was. If you see the video of what they did to this kid, It's just it's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
To
probably
happen.
wouldn't even I probably wouldn't even want to see the video. It'd probably make me
I
like,
don't think. I mean, it's the way they dragged them out the store and stabbed them up in front of the store, and then ran off, and then the boy was able to get up while he was bleeding and run to the nearest.
yeah,
And you know what's crazy? That the nearest hospital that this young boy ran to is the same hospital that his mother was working at when this happened to him, and still works there to this day. You
so
know,
it's
it's
basically going to his mother spiritually,
I mean,
in my opinion, from what my realm and what I do. That's almost like going to his mother. Like he knew a little bit was probably, like
yeah.
we all have life plans, and unfortunately, I know some people like don't like to hear it, some people do it, but we make our life plans before we come here, and that's the reason we are here, is to learn our life lessons in the way we choose. And so, like you said, that might have had something to do with their particular life lesson for whatever reason, is to be in
Uh,
the same area when that happened. But again, it would almost to me be equivalent to going ahead and maybe going towards my mother when I felt like I needed my mother.
hmm Yeah, absolutely right. Because the the way everything happened was like I used to go to the cemetery where he is, and I used to just sit there for an hour, 2 hours, just sit there with him. Cause it just broke my heart that I never knew the kid personally, but just the way they took his life, like it was just like,
Yeah,
and then the whole for nearly the whole world to see something like this happen to him. Like you know how many people from across the world traveled to the Bronx and New York just to go to
yeah,
his mural and visit his mom. I got a picture where I'm handing flowers to his mom, and I'm handing a card to his
right,
mom. Like
yeah,
it was really hard. It was really hard. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah. And I've had, I mean, even my own friend like murdered, and like it was totally unexpected. And it was by his own girlfriend who had literally just like graduated police academy like the week before. And so I'm like, are you kidding me? Like when it happened, and I remember telling him I didn't trust her. You know what I mean? And it kind of reminded me of the same situation in the sense of like, um, things can happen so quickly and shift the energies and do those things, and it's I don't understand where people get the idea that they can go ahead and take somebody else's life and that they have the right to do so. Um, that's something that confuses me a lot because, and I know it's a little bit off subject in the sense of what we're talking about, but during her interview, when she admitted right after what she did, she was still talking badly about him. She was still bad mouthing him, still saying how she did all these great things for him and he was disrespectful. And I'm sitting here thinking, he's dead, girl. Like you done shot him in the back of the head. You done told everybody you did it, and you're sitting here talking about how you did this and you did this for him and you did this for him, and he's so ungrateful and da da da. And it's like, and you don't even understand how much of a jerk that you look like, to be honest. You know what I mean? And that took me years to get over. Honestly, I went to the trial, and it wasn't through I went through the trial, like how you're kind of saying, like how you went to the trial and the things and kind of the flag. It wasn't until I didn't even actually get to go to his memorial because I was out of town. It was unexpected, obviously, because he was murdered. So I happened to be out of town on his memorial. So I wrote him a letter and I gave it to his family member, and I asked them if they could please put it in his casket with him for me. And so they did that. And then but even out of town the whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like all I wanted to do was be there and be a part of it. But then during the trial, she was very cocky. Like she would like smile at his family, at his friends. She would be very nasty to the people around. And then she ended up getting sentenced, which I was actually shocked because we're in Texas. And she shot him in the back of the head, which means that he was no threat to her. But she only got 27 years from the jury, for every year of his life because he was 27 years old when she murdered him. But
Oh,
technically, she should have gotten life.
I mean, yeah.
And she shot over her own child's head to do it.
Wow.
There was blood spatter on her own kid. And
Unbelievable.
actually, they used her kid's statement against her during the trial. He kept saying how his mommy was yelling at the boy and that his mommy shot him and that his mommy's hands were dirty and they stank.
Mm-mm.
So that's how she was convicted mainly, was off her own child's statement. And she still was allowed to be out, wear an ankle bracelet, pretend she was super mom, but she was just not any of those things at that point.
Oh man, I don't even know how people have the heart to be doing things
I
like
don't
that.
either. I just don't get where people take it into their own hands, like I was saying earlier, to where you think that you can do something like that to another individual. And then she would still, like, even when she had her ankle bracelet on, she didn't like me because him and I were friends. So
Mm.
she was threatened by anybody who was a girl that
Oh,
was his friend. So, like,
wow.
our kids went to the same school, and she would, like, step on my shoes, like the back of my shoe. Like when I was going out the door, she was behind me. Just little itty bitty petty things that you would do like in elementary school or something.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And so I kind of ignored it and I tried to tell him, and he really didn't. I don't know if he didn't believe me or he was embarrassed by the fact that she behaved that way. But the last time I talked to him, I told him what she did, and I don't know. Like I said again, if he didn't believe me or if he was just embarrassed, I wasn't really sure. But that was the last time I got to talk to him, was to tell him how she was acting out, and I didn't trust her. So that was kind of a hard thing to look back at because I never will get to talk to that individual again because somebody else was selfish enough to think they had the right to do that.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, I don't even know how that person could live with themselves doing something like that.
And you know the worst part though is she's not you can tell she's not sorry.
Hmm.
That's the worst part.
It's
It's
just,
like it's like
it's just like the little boy, the reading that you did on with Gabrielle. Like his mother was just
yeah,
like she wasn't even sorry. Neither was his stepdad sorry. Like,
no. His stepdad looked pissed off in the sentence. I only watched the sentencing. So I don't know what he looked like through the whole trial or whatever. But he looked pissed at the sentencing that he had to like deal with like a death sentence for a kid. You know what I mean? It was kind of like, well, what the shit? Like, I mean, that's because like you didn't have to do what you did. You could have like you did if you didn't like. From my understanding, he gave this kid a bad time because his own mother handed him over to her uncle or her cousin or whoever who was not the same sexual orientation as them. So
hmm.
they, whenever the kid came back, they basically took it out on him so they could get extra Medicaid money. That's my understanding with that story. Now I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. And if that's the true reason, then the way they set on trial, especially the mother, she deserved what she got when she went to jail.
I mean, sure, yeah. When she got the jail, they came for her two times back to back.
Or see, I only heard about one.
Man,
I heard about the kitchen incident or something
no,
like that.
there was an incident right after that incident. Within I think, like less than a half an hour later, I watched the interview of a lady that was there when it happened.
Oh, I watched that too. It was on a YouTube channel.
Yes,
Yes, I watched that interview. I didn't watch it all the way though. I do have to say
and
that. I watched where she said they were in the kitchen, they sliced her with like a tuna can.
no, then they got her. Then the second time they put, I think they put locks inside of a sock. Oh man,
Oh.
and the way they did, they got they. Oh, that's what happened. The second time, I think they let her out in the yard. If I'm not mistaken, I think they let her out in the yard, or they caught her inside her cell. One of those, because I don't know if you know, but when she first got there, she was telling people that she was in there for endangerment of child welfare. But then
Yeah.
a correctional officer spilled the beans and said, "So how does it feel
Mhm.
to to kill your own child?" And I guess other inmates heard that. There's like, yeah,
Yeah.
because the lady
Yeah,
was,
I heard that. I heard she said
yeah,
how she said you sleep really good at night for a baby killer. That's what she
yeah,
said.
that was it,
That's
man.
what she said, and that's when because she was like you said she was carrying around a Bible, trying to tell everybody that she was like there for a different reason or whatever. And then they found that's when that guard called her out and was like, "Oh, well, you sleep really good for a baby killer."
And it was over after that.
Right,
They
pretty much.
after that. Wow.
That's what I heard. I said, and that's when it's supposed like the whole bathroom thing, or not bathroom, sorry, the kitchen thing took place. And I didn't hear about the second thing though, with like the whole locks and things like that. I didn't hear anything about that. But again, like you go into a jail or a prison or anything like that, where things like that have happened, it's like those women would do anything to be home with their children. So the
Hmm.
fact that she did that to her child, these women are already upset because they want to be home with their children. And so again, it's like rather, I mean, it's not right with hurting another human being, but at the same time, what she did was more than not right. That was her child. So that's what I'm saying. She should have protected him no matter what the situation. Because she wasn't, to my knowledge, from what I understand, she supposedly what didn't have any issues until she got with this dude. So I know was that is that they had made the comment that once he came back and they wanted the money for the Medicaid is when they started giving him. I heard they dressed him in girls' clothes and everything, like totally disgraced the boy.
They made this little boy eat cat litter.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard they made him eat cat litter and then like a couple other things that were just like I don't understand how he didn't end up in the hospital from those things before he passed. And again, that's where I think they're talking about CPS and things like that failed.
I mean, but those workers were supposed to do a better job.
Oh yeah, CPS is always worried
They
about
got
the wrong
they were found
stuff.
guilty. They weren't even charged for
No, they let them go because they're state employees.
unbelievable,
You
man.
know, and that's the shit. I mean, I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, it's okay.
That's the thing that pisses me off. Because why just because you're a state employee, if you don't do your job, should you not be held liable for it? Anybody else would. So why does a state employee get away? And they come in and the way they come in with their attitude and their arrogance of like, oh well, we work for the state, we can do this and we can do that. It's like, excuse me, like like I don't even know who you are. Like you don't know nothing about me nor my family or anybody else. I'm just saying like they come in very arrogant into a situation. And a lot of times, like I watched the police footage on a body cam. That's the only other footage I watched besides the sentencing. And it was about, I didn't realize what was going on in the footage until the further it got along for Gabriel Fernandez because there was a bunch of kids in it. So it's like, I guess whenever they did a welfare check, I think, on him before
Hmm.
they figured out he had passed. And if you go into that house, it looked disgusting. Disgusting from what I could see. Like I said, there was a stairwell, and then to the side was like a hallway covered with boxes, all kinds of junk. There's kids running up and down the stairs who look like they ain't been bathed in a week. There's all kinds of sheets all over the windows, but yet this one kid's missing, and they don't look further into why. I just feel like there was more they could have done, asked something, and they just kind of like, and she was being rude the whole time. They were asking her questions. Like when they would ask her, like, where is he? We need the number to the father. Like they were trying to, it's like, I know where I live, my police ain't that polite. I know that much. If I sat there and told a police officer that came to my door to come get my son or find out where my son is, if I sat there and was like, oh well, I can't think of his dad's number, I guarantee you right then and there they take me in. So I'm curious why this woman was able to behave as if she didn't understand the own phone number or address to where her child was.
Um,
That bothered me about the whole video. And then you can see all these kids running up and down the stairs who look like they're not taken care of. The house itself is dark, disgusting, and dirty. And the police officers are just standing there, like letting the mom pretty much just make a joke of them.
I mean, I just couldn't, and I couldn't believe that this young boy's mother had the nerves to worry about the cats.
Mm-hmm.
When they arrested her, she was worried about her cats. Like, you just killed your son with
Because
your boy.
I don't think she. Well, obviously she didn't care, but it shocked me, like you said, just their behavior, even during the 6 minute trial that I watched their sentencing. I couldn't believe, like, the guy didn't say nothing, if I remember right,
Yeah,
and then she was telling everything that happened, from my understanding, from what I remember, and then I watched the Netflix series, and that's all I remember watching besides the body cam of the police officer in the house, because I wanted to see what the house looked like, because I know, like, I've heard of CPS going into people's houses and then taking pictures of their whole house, their fridge, their closets, their food, everything. And then I've heard them tell them, like, one family, like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter if you have food because a lot of people eat out. And then I've heard them tell another family, well, you don't have any food in your fridge, so you're not a good parent, or you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. Um, how can you tell one parent it's okay and tell another parent, no, it's not okay? Is there not a standard? Is there not a line?
yeah, because they taking away kids from good parents, but leaving behind the kids with the bad parents. I mean,
Yeah,
this is backwards.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I knew a girl who had CPS called on her probably 6 times by her own mother and sister and family members. They did nothing. I've known somebody who had a complete stranger call CPS on them, and they had to be supervised for months. But yet this other girl is was still able to visit her child, even though she admitted to not being a good mom. She admitting to not wanting to be a mom. She admitting to not doing things that she shouldn't have been doing. And the other person was basically, it was like a, a backlash thing from a disagreement, and they took it seriously and basically gave this girl a hard time, whereas the person who really wasn't being a mother didn't have anything happen to her.
Hmm.
So that's what's interesting to me. Who decides that is what I'm curious of, I guess, in a bit of a way.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I just don't get how you can shoot. Again, like you said, there's people who are out there who are constantly being reported for not doing something they should not be doing, and then nothing happens. And the people who don't really do anything are the ones that seem to be having the most backlash out
Yup.
of a situation, and that's what, like, I hate the word even, like, grinds my gears, but I'm just trying to watch my language. So I'm like,
Nah, I
but
feel,
I don't like it. I don't like that I've had enough of it. I'm in Texas, and I'm telling you right now, I've had enough of that crap. They need to get it together and stop it.
exactly. I agree with
So,
you. Too many innocent lives are being either stripped away to the system
mhm.
or being killed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's like the girl I'm working with that I was saying earlier. Her family, she's in Texas. Her son was taken away from him for nothing. The people they gave him to, he ended up passing.
oh my God.
So that's what I'm saying. Why they had no reason to take this child to begin with. They did it. The child passed. And then they blamed the family member that they gave the child to for it instead of taking responsibility for their own mess up. So that's why I'm determined to help her and make sure she gets it, because I know what I know. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things I just know, and I know that it's not what they're claiming in the sense that no. So I'm gonna help her till as long as I need to.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
I tell her happy birthday. I check in on her. I've known her for a while. I check on her and on her family member. I check in on everybody because it's wrong. It's wrong. She was actually on her way to pick up her child the day it happened.
wow.
Like within hours of getting her child back.
Oh man.
So that was disturbing.
Yeah, that's deep, man.
Yeah. It was just sad because again, she's very sweet. She's very, and her whole family is. That's what I'm saying. And the fact that they just don't acknowledge the situation other than what they assumed happened. It's kind of like y'all's assumption don't really make sense in the
I,
sense that I've read a lot of the court stuff and thing. It don't make sense. You know what I mean? So I don't know. So we'll do a live on it eventually soon, but that is another example of a case where CPS took a child from their parent and the child ended up passed because of it. And then they blamed it on the person they gave it to, even though it was their decision.
unbelievable.
I do think they need to have more training than what they give these individuals.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, because it looks like they're just hiring people to make it look like they're doing something.
I've heard of people. I had a friend of mine call me one time and tell her that it didn't involve her; it involved somebody else. But she told me they literally came into her house in house slippers, like
Mm,
like bedtime shorts and a shirt, and was telling her how to take care of her kid. You're in house slippers.
unbelievable.
Like you don't even have the decency to dress up in decent clothes because the state of where I live, the state of Texas, I guess gives y'all no dress code. So you wear house slippers into somebody's house to tell them how to take care of their children. So that's the kind of thing. It's like you don't even dress yourself to go tell people how to properly do or don't do something.
And that's how they have these workers trying to protect children that are being harmed.
Pretty much. That's what I'm saying. Like they have on these shirts like all for the children, but they look like they just rolled out of bed and just hopped out of into their car and went to go do their job real quick to get it done with.
Unbelievable.
So that's the only problem. Like when she explained it, I was like, that's trashy. I was like, I probably would have said something, and be like, hey, this person showed up to my house because at first she was telling me she's like, I had no clue who was coming up the driveway. She was like, because they were dressed like they literally like were my neighbor or something coming over to like visit. You know what I mean? She's like, and then once they got there, I realized who they were. And I'm like, they shouldn't be able to like wear house slippers and just like
Of course,
relaxing clothes to your house.
they look like they came from the street, like they could have been anybody.
Pretty much, that's what she said. She's like, I didn't know if it was my neighbor or like somebody who had the wrong address. She's like, I didn't know what it was. And again, it didn't pertain to her. It was about, one of the kids that she takes care of that, that is her stepchild. But again, it was like she said, it's almost like I don't know if they purposely tried to throw her off or if they just didn't enforce any type of professional um, attire. I have no clue, to be honest. But I just don't think that the person should have been able to show up in slippers, night pants, and a shirt.
Yeah, I mean, that's just. They need to do a better job because a lot of innocent kids are. As we speak right now, could you imagine how many kids are being mistreated and abused with this
Yeah,
pandemic going on? And the domestic violence rate is off the charts.
yeah, it is.
Police ain't even showing up because of this coronavirus situation. Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's like anxiety, depression is off the charts. Everything is off the charts at this moment. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I find a lot more people coming into my room who much more need spiritual guidance and what to do in this time because they really don't know what to do with the extra energy or time. You know what I mean? And so that's why I said there's a lot of reflecting going on right now. And so I have to and again, I teach Patreon classes, so I teach meditation, life guided, things like that. But right now for me, because of, like you said, YouTube has its moments, it's easier for me to work for the website that I work for, where I just kind of do regular readings during the day and then do a live every now and then to kind of just catch up with everybody, just because until it calms down a little bit. Like I said, there's hacking, there's a lot of cyberbullying, there's a lot of harassment, there's a lot of things. So you just have to be really careful. You know what I mean? Again, it's like it's odd too because if, like, with like the cyberbullying and the harassment, which I like to call trolls, it's like if they really want to find you, they'll find you. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter who you talk to. They watch your pages. They watch who's there. They write down comments. They do everything they can do to try to make somebody look bad.
Bad.
So again, like you said, you have to kind of have a thick skin and just be like, okay, do what you need to do, and I'll do what I need to do.
Exactly. I mean,
That's how I feel at this point.
I just couldn't imagine. And a lot of cases aren't even being reported. Like with a lot of kids being harmed and
Yeah.
being killed, and a lot of domestic violence going on at home, and it's not even being reported. It's not even. There's no
Yeah.
awareness at all. There's people probably crying out for help as we speak, and we don't even know if they're gonna be able to even wake up tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah. I
it's
mean, I've had a lot of people call me that I'm close on my channel or message me email wise, and like they'll be very upset, you know what I mean? Like crying or can't deal with a certain situation. And so I'll talk to them, and then they'll be like, I feel better now. You know what I mean? Kind of like how I was saying, like, kind of to you earlier, about some of the things that were going on. Um, you kind of need that person sometimes to just step in and take you out of that zone and be like, it's okay to be hurt and upset, but don't live there. You know what I mean? Because you can't move forward if you stay stuck in a state of living and anxiety or depression or think about what somebody did or didn't do. Like the best thing to do is just pick yourself up and keep going, especially when you're on here. It's really hard to do that.
mm,
Like I would be surprised, as I even alone tonight, again, luckily, we haven't had any problems, but again, I mean, I'm sure eventually they'll track down me being on here, you know what I mean? Because that's what they do to me. So, and I'm not
mm,
saying they will or won't, but the point is that I have to take that chance every time that I choose to join somebody. And so I have to think not only for myself, but for them. But from what I've gotten from you, you're very strong and you understand how the YouTube realm works. So you understand why it comes out of nowhere and why it happens the way it does. So I think that's honestly why I took the chance to come on the live tonight. I haven't been on anybody's live in a very long time.
mm. So, I mean, and which I really do appreciate that a lot. You know what I'm saying? And you know,
Yeah,
we
I
got
mean, I do too. I mean, it's been a very long time since I've trusted, and I'm talking about months, like 4 to 5 months since I've trusted anybody to go onto a live, and that was completely genuine and didn't try to twist something. So as I say, I'm glad that you were able to find our page. I'm glad that I found your page. I'm glad that we were able to be very open minded with each other and
absolutely.
understand where each other's coming from. And then even if just say at some point maybe we don't disagree, or agree, I can tell that you're somebody who agrees to disagree. You know what I mean? Like even if it's something that you don't agree with, you're not gonna make like you said, you're not going to go make a whole video saying what a piece of crap somebody is for not agreeing with you.
Yeah, I don't. Sometimes me honestly, like I don't mention any names, but sometimes I have to even let certain people know when they try to come out and say something about someone that I support and they tune in. I have to automatically let them know, like, listen, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's not because they'll bring in the
Yeah.
situation about such and such person,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I support that person. So how would I look encouraging that or even allowing that to
Right.
continue? Like that's just
Well,
hypocritical. Like,
you go off your own experiences too, I can tell. So you're gonna go off your own gut instinct and your own experiences, and that's what I expect from somebody. You know what I mean? I don't want somebody who's easily swayed by somebody else's opinion. So I was very I mean not flattered, but very I can't remember, I was impressed is the best way I can say it when you showed up to our page and you're very open minded. At first, I have to be honest, I didn't know if it was them trying to make me think that I had a new friend, but they were using somebody against me. But then once I realized how genuine you were, you spoke from the heart, you
mhm.
meant everything you said. I could tell that there was no affiliation whatsoever
I,
because there was no bad vibe.
no, and I completely understand because sometimes it does take a little while to figure out, is this person really
Right,
supportive and encouraging, or is this person involved with what's going on and came from, so because a lot of people that are subscribed, they follow all the other channels that you may have
right,
issue with,
right.
and you wouldn't even know it. It's like your name will be brought up in another channel, and
Yeah,
they'll turn up on your panel like, hey, I support you, I such and such and such and such, but it's just to gather, to bring stuff out of you, and they'll
yeah,
question, hey, what do you think about such and such and such? And then it's just to get you to say, hey, you know what? I don't like that bitch.
right,
I
right.
got drama and such, just to go back. So and like I said, I've, I've never like the people that follow me and stuff like that. They know me very well. Like I said, it's been
Yeah,
5 years. I never had one problem, like
right,
me personally, directly with somebody, because I said things straight before they even go anywhere. But I've had it done where people will be on that channel where they got drama with me and then come back and try to be cool with me and then try to go back, and I
right,
I put it
right.
together like, yo, like, wasn't you just here?
Yeah, most of the time I just like find out who they are on their channels, their comments, or their lives, and I block them before they can ever get to my channel. To be honest,
Yeah.
because I'm just like I said again, I'm not putting up with it. I don't know who these people are. A lot of them have multiple accounts, so it's the same person. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like one person pretending like they're 10. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I'm not dealing with that. Like I said, I'm not dealing with 10 people who are pretending to be 100. You know what I mean? Like it's just especially because I don't even know half the time what they're talking about. And again, I'm not here to sit here and have a tarot channel and try to help do spiritual guidance and metaphysical things to have an argument about something that has nothing to do with what my channel is about. You know what I mean? And they're trying to pull me into their drama or any other channel, anybody trying to pull somebody into their drama, and it's kind of like you said, it's more, and like I mentioned earlier, it's more of a I don't have any views, so somebody look at me, please, issue than what it is. They actually have issue with the creator themselves.
Hmm.
And if they do, it's because they're threatened by what the creator is putting out and because they don't have the intellectual ability nor the common sense or being able to create or stage presence or any of those things to be able to bring their audience in. So they have to bash somebody
that
hard, and then they start getting 700 views again, 800 views again, and then that lasts for about a month until they start a bash session again.
you're 100% correct. Like you already strategized it.
Mhm.
You strategized it, and I could tell that if it's one thing that you know is that real recognize real.
Exactly,
You know,
and that's what I'm saying. Like the more we talked, I was like, nah. Like I was like, this is good people. You know what I mean? Like straight good people. Like that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
That's why I was like, that's why when you shut up, I was like, I'm really glad because I kind of needed like a mentor to kind of snap me out of some a little bit of things. Like I have again, I'm only a year into YouTube in October, so and
wow.
for having almost 4,000, that's a lot, to be honest.
And
And so it was overwhelming.
with me, within a year, I think I probably had like 70 people.
Yeah,
So
and see,
yeah,
mine was because of
man.
crime cases, and that's the worst. I mean, that's not the worst part. I love crime, but I got a lot of bad feedback. I even had like crime channels, like straight crime media channels. Like not so much you, but like I don't mean your channel, but I mean like uh, I'm not gonna mention their names, but they did attack me for a very long time over certain readings. And the thing is, like, I don't even work in your realm. Like, I understand there's a certain I do work with facts. Like, don't get me wrong. Because I'm a Virgo. So therefore, if it doesn't make sense, I'm not gonna put it into a reading or try to
Mm,
make sense of
got
it. Like if it doesn't physically or possibly fit into this earthly realm, that it's not possible. So let's move on to the next possible thing that happened. So
happened.
I'll do that. But like I said, but I got for the first 4 to 5 months, I got harassed constantly, got made fun of how many subscribers I had. Like, oh, good luck with your 400 subscribers. You're a joke. You're this, you're that. Da 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 da. And it's just one of those things I just had to finally just like laugh at because I'm like, you're almost 10,000 subscribers deep, but you're worried about telling me about my 400 subscribers and good luck. Why are you even watching me? To be
Bro,
honest.
you ain't even all that energy could go into whatever it is that they trying to create.
Exactly. Put your energy into your work, and
Into
then
your
maybe
work.
you would be as successful. Like I said, again, I've never had a YouTube channel before, so I don't know what the normal rate is. I do know that I did kind of go up in subscribers a bit, but it didn't have to do with the cases I did.
Mm,
I did the Richard case. I did some of the Watt stuff. Again, that was basically already, he had already pled guilty and things, but I covered some of it. And then there was many cases that I did that just happened. I mean, I'm not saying everything's right, but the ones that were missing that I thought were alive, they were. The ones that I thought had passed, they were, and they were kind of in those areas. But it's like I got
mm.
a lot of um, hate for that, and I don't understand why. Because I was trying to help.
Well, you trust me, you're not alone. You're not.
Yeah,
You're definitely not alone, and you know you're definitely into an amazing start. And like I said, you'll never know how good you're doing unless you have people that want to bash, envy, want to just have so much time in their hands to focus on what you're doing instead of
yeah,
what they should be doing. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
a lot. I myself had to deal with that, but then I realized I'm like, you know what? Because I would in the beginning I would put that energy, but then I say, you know what? This is just I
Yeah,
must be doing something right because they're trying to distract me. Because if the things you were doing and saying weren't so important, they wouldn't worry about you.
that's true.
They
And that's the
wouldn't.
thing. It's taken
Why
me a
would you?
while to
Like
accept
why would
that.
you worry about somebody? Why would you worry about somebody that's no good? And then what you do is something that a lot of people are inspired by and admire. Like what you do is something completely like very serious. Like where you
Yeah,
have people that want answers, and you give them those answers, and people praise that and appreciate that, and they spread the word. Like that's something that
right.
you can go to sleep at night and feel good about, that you're helping
Yeah,
people. You
yeah. And
understand
that's
what
my
I'm saying? That
intention. And that's my intention. But a lot of people will twist it to make it seem
I
like
mean,
it's a common sense thing or it's an intention thing, and it's like, nah, I don't need it. Like you said, they could pull my whole AdSense tomorrow, and I wouldn't give a crap.
hmm,
I don't make enough on here to care. What do I make?
oh,
$200 a month, and I got almost 4,000. Just like as we don't make nothing on here.
hmm,
I don't understand why people are so under the impression that people make video and they go, oh well, they need to find a real job. Not for nothing, too. It is my real job. Like I said,
hmm,
I have to report taxes upon it when I do get paid. Um,
word,
and, I put time into it just like I would as a real job. I look up cases, I upload cases, I take the time to go to my local stores and buy all the proper items that I need to get in touch the proper way and do it the proper way. So when people say, "Oh, well, YouTubers need to get a real job," we're sharing our life, we're sharing our craft, and we're sharing our work with everybody for free, basically.
hmm.
Because everybody, to my last knowledge, unless you're paying for premium and things like that, it's free to watch
I mean,
YouTube.
yeah.
So that's the only thing I don't like sometimes is that creators get made fun of about the money thing. It's like I think y'all are a little bit misinformed how that works.
Hmm.
Quite
Yeah, because a lot
misinformed.
of people think that. A lot of people do think like, oh, they look at the numbers and they say, they're making like. I mean, I mean,
Nothing.
you
We're
have a
making nothing
passion.
here.
I mean, when you're doing something you love and you have a passion for it, it's just like a job that you go to. If say if the job that you go to is only making $10 an hour, but in other
You
places
love
they're
it.
paying 15 for the job that you're doing, getting paid 10 for. Maybe
Yeah.
you love that job. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you love that job
Yeah.
enough
And that's good.
to be there and make that $10, because they've always told me, whenever I've worked in jobs, they always told me, listen, Jay, if you focus on the money you making, you're not gonna be here too long.
Right. That's what my uncle told me
You're
right
not
before he passed. He
you
told
gotta
me,
you gotta have a passion.
yeah.
As you were saying.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was just saying right before my uncle had passed, he had mentioned about we were talking about jobs because I was having a hard time at a job, and I had two jobs, and he said, "Well, which one makes you happy?" And I told him it was the less paying job, and that's when he explained to me, then that's the one you pick. It doesn't matter how much money you get paid. He said when you find happiness, money comes. So that was the last conversation I had with my uncle.
Wow.
And that's always resonated, and it's been since 20 or no, 2006. I've never forgot that. Never. I've never ever taken a job I don't like, and that's why I said I refuse to give up what I do, regardless of what people think of it, because I love it, and I have tried. As I said, for the most part, I feel like I've done my best to help motivate people and move them in the direction they want. And from like I said, I get a lot more positive feedback in that sense than I get negative feedback. The negative feedback, like you said, is the people who are coming from old people who used to be on my page. Old people who don't want nothing to do with me anymore, or things that they don't like that I got rid of them, or things like that. So it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with their ego. And in the spiritual realm, you're not supposed to carry an ego. You're supposed to shed
Mm.
your ego. And that's when you learn to grow. So that's usually what you do when you pass is shed your ego. But you want to do that while you're here too. You want to be able to kind of just step back and say, okay, look, Like, I'm not. Of course, everybody knows. For the most part, they're not perfect. But to sit there and throw stones left and right and act as if you're perfect is a totally different situation. So you just want to make sure that the ego thing doesn't run you in the 3D realm while you're here in this world, because you don't want to keep playing a karmic cycle. Kind of
Hmm.
that gets annoying.
Yeah, absolutely, and a waste of time.
Yeah, it's a waste of time because then you come back to your next life, you do it again, and then you come back to your next life, you do it again. So what's the point? Just keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's just not. I mean, I feel like you gain a lot more respect when you're doing something positive. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, when you're doing something that you love, because you never know who's watching. Just because people don't comment, or just because they don't hit the like button. I
Right.
mean, like when you look at the people that are like when you look at the people that are viewing, and then you look at the people that are commenting, you see two
Yeah.
different numbers. You could see
Oh yeah, for
you
sure.
could see 15 people watching and 10 people commenting. You got to say to yourself, the three remaining people could be really important people that are trying to figure out what I'm doing. Like
Right.
they may be for
Right.
something important, or they could just be somebody that
Trying to start problems. Yeah, because I've
yeah,
had
you know what
90
I'm saying?
people in my room before and only like 15 of them talking. So who's the other like 80 something? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's one of those things like on YouTube, especially, like, I can't see you, but you can see me. You know
Me.
what I mean? So it's kind of like you have to be able to put yourself out there, be okay with that. And like I said again, I got made fun of something as stupid as a birthday party. Like, you know what I mean? That I had already made clear it was a birthday party. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it was no plan, no schedule. It was just going to be giveaways and a couple of readings here and there. Whoever out of my group, as far as the mods, they're all pretty much tarot readers. They're all empathic. So, they all kind of volunteered to kind of give readings, and so did I. So we did that for my birthday, and I basically got made fun of for eating and dancing.
But
Like, a
are you
whole
serious?
live was made fun of me for eating and dancing. So that to
Unbelievable.
me was just like, I don't understand the time nor the effort into doing something like that. But again, like you said, there's obviously, or not, and like I said too, there's obviously some type of threat or some type of
Mm-hmm.
maybe they just don't like to that you're having a good time, or they're trying to ruin it or not, you know?
Because remember, like we said before, just because they people may have 10 people commenting on a live, and then you got
Oh
two
yeah.
people just watching, you don't know who those other people are. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I
Well,
just
and
I
even
watching that, like with this StreamYard thing. Like I've I've been able to see, like, it's not, that's what I'm saying, like you and everyone else, because I've only been seeing the StreamYard within 5 years. Within this week, this is the first time, and I
right,
I started off with watching yours, how you was doing it,
right.
and everything was cool, calm. But then when I would go and see other channels, I'm like, there's a content, but they're not speaking based on that content. It becomes something else. Oh,
Yeah,
I see
it's
such
clickbait.
one,
It's
such and
clickbait.
such, such and such is dirty, such and such
Yeah.
did this, such and such, and I'm like, what the hell has you?
And
And then
I watched a whole live. Well, not a whole live. Literally, it was like 5 minutes because I couldn't take more than that. But like, I watched a live where they were gonna go in on this woman. Like, I know they were. They made the whole video about it, and so eventually, I don't know who changed their mind. This is actually after 2 days after they made fun of me, so I don't know if they were trying to save face, because I actually reported everything they did. So I don't know if that was part of the reason why they did it or whatever. But anyways, the next day they tried to pretend like they were cool, but then there was still one person in the room that couldn't get their attitude under control. and they kind of kept saying stuff where you could tell the other ones were like, "Shut up," you know what I mean? like you're
Yeah.
ruining it. Like we're supposed to be like being positive, and you're being a loudmouth. And like she was so upset by it that she just kept going and going. So you can tell the other ones were just like, "Please stop." And then they started getting hacked during their live, but they're the ones that hack people. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, so y'all are upset that y'all are getting hacked, but y'all are the ones that started it. So I'm kind of
Yeah.
confused. You know what I'm saying? It's like they get their own shit back and they don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean?
What
And
to
it's
do
kind
with
of
it?
like, good luck, I guess, and see how you feel. Like,
Word.
I mean,
Oh, that karma. Like
exactly. It's
I
totally karma.
know.
Because you can see
They
them all looking like deers in headlights. Like, what the hell? Like, what do we do? Da, 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 da. And it's just like, what did you expect the other person that you have to do? Why don't y'all call them and ask them what they did? You know what I mean? Because I'm one of them.
word.
As in, I got IP addresses, like full names, like everything, and they still act like they don't know what they did, or that like it's a complete lie. Oh,
Unbelievable.
mm,
I really couldn't tell you. All I know is, like I told you, there's a lot of important people that are watching what we do. A lot, there's like the people I've spoken to, and they've told me that professional people that have told me there's numerous YouTube channels that we watch, and we're just disgusted by the things that they're saying and the things that they're
right,
doing. We're out there trying to give people opportunities, but they're ruining it for themselves. And then
right,
it clicked to me. I'm like, you know what? I mean, I put one and one together. I'm like, these people reached out to me, and the ones that
right.
reached out to me are the ones saying this.
Yeah,
So
that's exactly
now,
what mine was. Every single moderator that I had that flipped on me came to me. Came to me. I've never even met these people in real life. Don't even know what they look like. That's what I'm saying. And they want to sit here and tell me my whole life story on somebody else's channel. That's why I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't even know what you look like. Never seen you in person. Don't know nothing about you. And they'll sit there and lie and be like, oh, she called me. I don't even freaking know your phone number. How can I call you? So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, my lawyers are going to need all that information. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to need
uh,
that phone record. I'm going to need that email. I'm going to need all that stuff that y'all are claiming because I have no clue what the hell y'all are talking about, to be honest.
talk,
So I'm saying, but that's YouTube for you, though, unfortunately. Especially, like I said, at least, unfortunately, from my experience. Like I said, when I came into YouTube and did tarot, I never, well, honestly, I used to watch a girl who was on here a lot, and she was a fantastic, fantastic tarot reader. She shut her whole page down for the same reason because she was constantly being harassed. She was constantly being bullied. People were
mm,
saying things on her page that they shouldn't be saying. And she said she had anxiety and depression, and things like that. And it got the best of her. And she had twins. She had a husband. And then she had another baby. So she ended up shutting down her whole page because she couldn't take it no more. And so I don't want, and I'm not saying she's wrong for doing that, nor doing it or not doing it, because whatever you need to do for yourself is the best.
best.
But for
Hmm.
me, I refuse to shut my page down because I'm being bullied.
Hmm. Yeah, I
And
mean, because
that's just my opinion.
you're giving them exactly what they want. That's what they want. They want people to be so tired to say, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. And that's how you
Exactly.
amazing job, because we a lot of us can't expect for somebody to just tap us in the shoulder and say, hey, you're doing an amazing job.
Yeah, and you don't get that enough here anymore. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I was like when I
we
started
we
like especially like the last week and stuff. You know what I mean? Of just everybody being so positive in the chat room, and since you've joined us and things like that, it's like it really showed me because before you showed up, I was really ready to say like deuces. You know what I mean? Like I work for a psychic network. I have very many other things that I do. I don't need to be harassed. nor made fun of just because nobody else ain't got nothing else to do. But
Hmm.
then, like, when you showed up, and then a couple other people showed up this week, and they were kind of like telling me, they appreciated what I
Yeah, for sure.
did. It made a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, because you bring up you know your channel does bring a peace of mind to people where they could be having a because you don't know what people are going through. So they could have had one of the hardest days until they find out that
Exactly.
they could find out you're going live, and as soon as you're going live, is get the wine, sit back. Now, back, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Get a fresher breath in, just tune in, and just people just want to be able to tune into something where they could forget about all
Oh
this
yeah.
that's going on. If they can't have a peace of mind when they watching you, then it's just really not. It's not worth their
No.
time.
Well, and even like I think the day you tuned in, that was Andrew's birthday. My oldest son's,
Oh
and we
yeah,
were
yeah,
telling him that was the
yeah.
day that all that stuff was released, and you would never have known in my
Oh no,
life what they did to me. I didn't
unbelievable. Yeah,
I didn't let I didn't discuss it. I didn't let it affect my son's birthday, nor me, nor my life,
man.
or my family members. And so I said, and that is what they wanted me to do. They knew it was my son's birthday, so they tried to get me to overreact. It didn't work. And so now they've been quiet, and they've been playing peacemakers on their channel. And so that's okay if that's what they want to do. But as far as I'm concerned, y'all specifically waited for my son's birthday week to do all these really crappy things. So therefore, I have no, and like on top of all the other things, like we were mentioning, how moderators can flip flop when you first start off. You know what I mean? You think somebody might be there to help you, but then you find out it's more of like a coattail riding thing to kind of start their own channel, and then they dog you out. So, but again, it's a learning experience. I'm not glad it happened, but I learned from it. So I think that's like the most important thing, maybe.
I tell you, and I study people very well, but I could not tell that something was wrong. You
No, it
know,
was bad that day. Actually, I don't know if you were able
I,
to view both
man,
of the things that I mentioned, but it was like I was shocked, like shocked, like to the point where if this was all true, why haven't y'all contacted appropriate people? If what y'all are claiming is true, you know what I mean?
hmm,
Why go onto YouTube the same day at the same time while I'm literally setting up for my son's birthday party to do something like that? Like I said, again, it was just to be hurtful, and I know it, but I pushed through it, and I did my son's birthday party, and I did my normal live, and then I worried about it after. You know what I mean? Because to me, that's the best way to handle it. Like you said, addressing it online is not going to help at
hmm.
all. It's just going to fuel them because that's what they want. They want people to argue with them and get into it with them and tell them all these things. And like I said, I'm not going to do that with them. I said if they wouldn't do that, they can find somebody else to do it with.
No, and then that's why I be wondering because sometimes I'll see like a thumbs down, and I'm like thumbs down, like so
They'll
it
thumbs
just
down
goes
my
to show,
videos before they even start.
like
It's usually about
damn,
3 or 4 of them. Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 of them. They'll thumbs down my stuff before it starts, just to show
that
me
is
that they're watching.
like I'm like who would want to give this person that's so genuine and so caring and kind and is just trying to give people the information and the answers that
Yeah.
they're looking for, and
Well,
you nerves to like you could go like there's millions of other channels to go and
yeah. Exactly. Millions of other channels. And the thing is, I
like
haven't even started my live yet. So how could you thumbs down it and say it sucked when I haven't even started yet? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't done nothing yet.
Damn, it goes to show they've been thinking about you all day long. They just been thirsty.
Hmm.
They've been thirsty to see that notification pop up. Like, damn.
Exactly. That's why I tell them in the beginning sometimes I'm like, thanks for the 2 or 3 thumbs down. Thanks for thinking about me before I started. But let's
You,
go
you,
ahead and
you
get into the case. You know what I mean? It's not to be like petty, but it's kind of like, come on, y'all. Like, do you realize everybody knows it's you three? It's always you three.
I mean,
And
damn,
again, I
because
won't mention names, but again, it's always these particular 3 people, and everybody knows who it is.
and you know what I noticed? I noticed that when like a person is about to go, like what I noticed is like when I'm about to go on live, right? Like, you got to take a picture, so everybody can see
Yeah.
the picture circle thing that just goes around. And when it says,
Hmm.
by the time you're live, I either got people commenting already, or people hitting the likes or the dislikes, and I'm like, damn, I haven't even, I wasn't, I haven't even been given the chance to even take a breath, a deep breath,
Yeah.
and people thumbs down, thumbs up,
Hmm.
comments. I'm like, damn, like, does YouTube let people know that? Do they make it seem like I'm already on live when I haven't even shown my face?
I think it's just, again, well, they'll tell you to go live or like put a posting before you go live so that way like people know you're coming, like you're going to do the live, but at the same time it gives people the opportunity to thumbs down you and kind of dish you. You know what I
Yo,
mean? So
because
like like the thumbs up to me are okay, but the thumbs down, it's like, how can you thumbs down me before I even did anything? You
and
know what
then
I
you
mean? Like,
order.
I ain't even said a damn word yet. How can you hate what I said?
I mean, and you automatically know it's not people you don't know.
Oh yeah, it's them. It's always the same people. I know it's them.
It's
It's
obvious.
I always get 2 to 3 thumbs down no matter what video it is. It's the same people. I know who it is. I said, and the
I,
other thing is I blocked all the other accounts, and now they can still thumbs down it, but I mean, after a while, it's gonna look a bit excessive.
you,
You know what I
you
mean?
know, I mean, from doing YouTube videos and lives, you know what I realized? I'm like, you know what? Sometimes I need some of those thumbs down because it makes
Yeah,
new, it makes people that come across the channel say, hey, you know what? He got 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 thumbs down. Let me figure out why
yeah. Let me check
exactly.
it out. Yeah,
Then they turn
good.
around, they be
Yeah,
like, they'll be shaking their head like me and you, like, who the hell would, after watching, they'll be like, who the hell would want to give them a thumbs down?
yeah.
You know, automatically, yeah, they hating on this person.
Let's say it's like basically we're just having normal conversation, but then you see like,
Right.
again, people who are like nothing but drama channels and there's like barely anything. It's like, this is the most dramatic thing I've ever seen. Unnecessary and like all that kind of other stuff. And they're just kind of, again, now some of them do have a lot of thumbs down, but still, for the most part, the channels who are really trying to do good, whatever, we get, like I said, I will get thumbs down before I even started my life. That doesn't make any sense to me. So,
Hmm. I mean, if you look at the amounts of the thumbs down, and then you look at the people that viewed, because the thing about this is that a lot of people that view your channel, that view channels like mine and yours, that we get the views, but sometimes they can't thumbs up or thumbs down because they don't have an account with YouTube.
yeah,
You see,
yeah,
the ones the ones that don't have an account, like where it's like, if you go and press a like or dislike, you have to sign in to YouTube,
sign
meaning
in,
that you
yeah,
account in order for you to even uh join the not, you could watch the live, but join the live as far as like typing or commenting and
right,
stuff.
right.
If you don't
That's
have an
true.
account on YouTube, you can't press like, dislike, you can't comment on the lives, and you can't comment on the videos. So you see the views, those are just people that, what, happen to come across your channel, and they just watched. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have an
Yeah,
account on you. So,
yeah. And that's like even the social media sides, like they come in through Facebook, it's the same thing. They can watch it, but they can't comment until they sign in. And I know I don't remember all my passwords to everything, so like I just like back
You
out and
ain't
go back
even
into
lying,
my regular one.
man. You ain't even lying. You know how many, man? You know how many passwords? I don't ever remember anything.
Oh
Sometimes when
yeah,
I
I have to. I've had the police tell me to get cameras for my computer, my TVs, like the like little covers. I've had them tell me to change my password. I think they said like weekly or bi-weekly or something like that, or once a month. Like I've had so much stuff done to my computer systems since I started YouTube. It's unbelievable. And there was a good amount of time with my VPN that I was not able to get into YouTube at all. Probably about 6 months straight. And every time I tried to sign into YouTube, and it was only YouTube, it would say that all of your information is going to be compromised if you come into this site.
wow.
So I thought that was pretty interesting because that's the only, again, having a VPN, it's going to warn you of that before you go anywhere. And it was only YouTube. So
Hmm.
YouTube had basically been hacked.
Wow.
Now I don't get the warning anymore. So I don't know if they undid it or if they figured it out, but I don't get a warning anymore when I come to YouTube.
Hmm.
So I thought that
Yeah,
was
they could.
interesting.
Oh no. For,
And it actually came about the same time. I don't know if you got the email or not when they sent all the creators emails saying that they had started a whole new analytical thing and like you can go look at your stuff and things like that. It
yeah.
happened about yeah, it happened about the same exact time that did.
Wow.
And I think that has to do with the sub count because they've mentioned the sub count. And
Hmm.
it's not the sub count matters, but they were saying like sub count, views, likes, dislikes, like anything that has to do with your videos. They were trying to cover every base.
Unbelievable. I
Yeah.
mean, they got time to be doing all that, but they ain't got no time to be shutting down all that negative and bashing and
Yeah, that's
disrespecting.
what I'm saying. And they go into them videos and I'm like, we don't see a problem. Excuse me? How do you not see a problem of five chicks screaming at each other or five chicks and a dude screaming at each other for hours on end, telling them like how horrible they are, basically scamming people out of money. But then the people who are just like talking, like how we're talking right now, we get penalized.
Yeah, they penalized me for a whole week, and all I did was expose the government. They gave me a strike. In 5 years, I never had no strike.
Yeah,
That's when I.
I haven't
That's when.
had one yet either. And I'm surprised when you said that. I didn't know that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you and I are just alike. We could. There's certain things that we can just. It could be killing us inside, but we'll just put our pride to the
Take
side.
it.
You know what I'm saying? And
Exactly.
carry on. Carry on. There's not too many like us. There's not too
No.
many. We come from a different breed than a lot of other people. So can we
I've
really
just
be
been
mad
taught
at
to speak up like when it's really damaging. You know what I mean? Like I said,
hmm,
like the last what I was telling you about, like what happened last week on Andrew's birthday,
mm-hmm.
that's when I had enough. You know, and again, I
Yeah, I
still haven't spoken up about that. But
that got me.
even before that, the last thing I said was like, y'all are trying to make fun of the fact that I had a birthday party and ate food. Like, good luck. You know what I mean? Like that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. You know what I mean? So but then that wasn't enough. That pissed them off, so they tried to ruin Andrew's birthday. So again, it didn't though. It didn't ruin Andrew's birthday because I know exactly what they were gonna do. You know
I
what I
mean
mean?
that
So
you targeting you know it's one thing to target an adult, but when you come for kids, man, the environment that I come from, kids are off limits. I mean, we be I mean, you know, there's a lot
no,
of
and these
things
are
that I
all
really.
women. These are all women who claim that they love my son, claim that they loved my son, and they did this on his birthday. And they know it was his birthday. They know it was. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the part that bothers me. It's like you claim you're all love and light and you're so sweet and you're blessed be this and blessed be that or whatever. But you will literally destroy my son's birthday to try to get to me.
And
That's
that's
not
something
love
that
and
they
light.
kept up. Did they keep that up there, like where people could still tune in and watch that?
Yeah. Everything's up still. Like I've had everything's been reported, but they won't remove nothing. And then they knew there's about 10, like 9 to 10 of them, and about I would say about 3 to 4 of them knew for sure it was my son's birthday. That's what I'm saying. So they didn't get me for my birthday because where I live, we had a hurricane the next day. So my like uploading process thing didn't work. So it took
Hmm.
like a week for it to process, but it still like didn't process right, like the birthday upload. So I think they were waiting for that. But then when it finally uploaded, it's like not what it expected, like they expected it to be. And so they went in on me on my son's birthday. And that's what I'm saying. Like it was just kind of like that's not cool. You know what I mean? Like it's my son's birthday. Like you could at least left. Like even I even had a friend
Uh,
one time, a few months ago when they started this, who passed away unexpectedly, and they did the same thing the day that he passed away. The same
yeah,
thing. Like made a whole live was bashing the hell out of me. That's what I'm saying. Like my friend just died. Like just died unexpectedly. But they do things like that. And so again, I'm not trying to like bash it, but I'm just saying like it's like I don't understand the mentality of it.
I
You
wish
know,
I could
that's
say
all.
what I really, like I really wish I could say what I really want to say. That just got me like, what I'm saying, like really,
Yeah.
really ticked off, like
Yeah.
But
Well, it's irritating because they know. They know what they're doing, and that's the part that's irritating. Like they know what days they're picking. They know all that stuff, but they still just continue to go ahead and do it to try to be nasty. And that's the kind of part that I, again, don't connect to spiritually. I'm not going to sit there and attack somebody when they just lost. I'm not going to attack anybody anyways, but for the most part, unless I feel attacked. But if I do or don't, I'm not going to attack somebody just to do it when they've lost a friend, a family member. Like even right now, like my grandmother is going through chemo and she has breast
wow.
cancer, and we just found out that she has cancer other places too, and they still won't stop.
Um,
That's what I'm saying. It's like you can't shut up for 1 week. You know what I mean? To be completely respectful, you can't shut up for 1 week and just be quiet and let me have respect with my family. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of people I don't have respect for.
man,
Like my
like
grandma's 80. My grandma's 86 years old. How could you disrespect an 86-year-old woman for having breast cancer?
so oh
So
man,
I don't know.
you don't even
They're
like.
just all a bunch of pains in the butts.
I be watching people talk reckless on YouTube, and like I changed my whole life around. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a cool, calm,
Hmm.
humble person, but it's just a lot of things I can't really say on here. But
Oh yeah,
I'll be honest with you, man. Like to be for somebody on that YouTube and get disrespectful like that and run into them in the street
they never say it.
at a opportunity where I see them before they can even see me. It's just it's not gonna it wouldn't end well.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like I think I watched one of your videos, and you said, take all of them people away that are helping you talk it, and see what happens if you run into them. They're gonna say nothing. if
I mean,
anything. Or if anything, they're gonna go, "Oh, well, this person said this, and that's why I thought this, and that's why I said this." Like, they're gonna make excuses for their behavior. They're not gonna take responsibility for it. So that's what I'm saying, like, so that's the
no,
thing,
there's
like,
a
I would love to see one of these chicks on their own and see what they gotta say about their
or,
behavior
or
towards my
you know,
family, my children, my grandmother, anybody.
off limits. That's off limits. I mean, like I said, the environment I come from, I'm ready to go. Like if that's the route that needs to be, like, yeah, I'm okay hanging in there. But if that's the route that is that's being persuaded and being pushed, and I mean, let's
Yeah.
just forget about it. There's this one guy that I've watched him, and I guess I had commented some on his live. I thought we was cool, and then he didn't like what I say. He put me on
Mhm.
timeout, and I didn't even say nothing. And he said, "Oh, if people got a problem, see me when you see me." And I'm saying to myself, the one and only time I seen you before you could see me. What makes you think that won't happen again?
Exactly. And,
Like,
like,
don't play
what's,
with
like,
me.
wrong with you
Like,
like you said, if
like,
y'all had a past relationship, what's wrong with you voicing your opinion? You know what I mean? Like, he should
no, I
respect it.
mean, what I'm saying is you end up getting into beef with people that you never met in real life. You just met them
Yeah,
here.
dude, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
not real
Everybody
life.
I've had beef with, like, on here, I've never seen them in real life. Never will, probably, unless I take
Never
their
will.
asses to court.
Never will. Because you know how many subscribers I ran into in the street that seen me before I seen them, and you got to see how they get when they see me. That's all media access news. That they don't even say all media access news. They be like, "That's you, Jay. What's up, Jay?" Like they be like, "Yo, I watch you." Like sometimes it'll
It's
be the
so
women.
funny.
Like it'll be a
My
woman with her
my
husband.
my best mod, her name is Jay. By the way, I know it's totally random, but my best mod, her name is Jay.
It'll be like a woman that watches me, and her husband will be like, "Look, my wife watches you all the time.
Yeah.
She loves every. It'll be all love. It'll be respect. Like the people that really
Mhm.
appreciate, like they come up to me. They all media extras, whether they're in cars, whether they walking, whether they with their family and kids, whoever. Everything is all good. But the people that wanna know, I never ever ran into anybody that try to bash or
No.
be disrespectful. Because if you look at the videos, 95% of them are behind closed doors.
Yeah, well, it's like how I'm saying, like, for the most part where I live, I don't run into people who hate what I do or have a big judgment about what I do. For the most part, they're very intrigued by it. They wanna know more about it, and they are
Mm-hmm.
very, open-minded. So, therefore, like, I don't deal with that where I live. And I get Texas, for most people, is a conservative state, but the part that I live in is not whatsoever. So, I mean, like, you're basically like, it's like a free for all. And I live on an island. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like once you cross the bridge, it's like whatever you want to do. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so we don't really have like all that here. You know what I mean? There's no really rules or judgments or things like that. So, but again, you know, I don't know. I'm just kind of over the YouTube comments, like you said, of things that are being brought up on channels that don't need to be brought up or nor said, and then it kind of causes more of an issue than maybe it needs to cause.
I'll tell you, I don't think I've really met another YouTuber that has dealt with what you had to deal with and make it look like nothing is going on at a time when everything is going on. Like that's something
I
else. I
tried
never
my
ever.
best. Yeah,
I'll
I
be
tried
honest with
my best to do that, and I
you.
felt like I still slipped up at sometimes. That I like, for the most part, I look back at it. Most people who talk to me, they're like, I had no clue all that stuff was happening.
Man. No clue. Like the way me knowing a lot more about it. Like I'm furious. Motherfucker
Yeah.
furious. I need another cup of wine. I need another cup of wine, and I need to go. outside. Like I'm furious. Out of all people, you like not
Yeah.
you. Like don't come for you. I mean, I hope and pray that people that want to be, because I'm not gonna light fire to the flame, because that's only gonna. I don't want to
Oh yeah.
bring you anything. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
But if
no,
it was
you're
up to,
good.
it was up. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. If it was up to me, listen. If that's that energy you got, then just drop an address. Maybe we could talk
Well, that's
about
what
this
I
in
did.
person.
That's exactly what I did. I was like, if y'all really got this much of a problem with me,
Oh
y'all
shit!
already said y'all have my address, so why don't y'all send it to me and stop talking on the
Yeah,
computer? Because like I said,
yeah.
I don't play that shit. I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here and go back and forth on the computer with y'all. I'm like, I'm not gonna keep making videos to try to like dog you out so you can go, oh, look what she said. No, I want your name. I want whoever's affiliated with you, and I want your all's address, and I want how I can contact each and every one of you because I'm gonna take care of each and every one of you.
Yeah, never. This is the first time ever. Like I would have never.
Yeah, and I don't get upset like that very much. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not one like I will let somebody I don't want to say I'll let somebody like talk shit, but like I'm not gonna like jump a gun and be like, oh well you said something about me for like a month or two, so I'm gonna do this. But when it's gone on for almost a year, I've had it. Like I'm done. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna keep doing it. So if that person wants to keep doing it or those particular people, they can do it, but I'm not gonna do it.
It's unbelievable. I don't know. I don't know if you could see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could see me, look. I had to pull out this right here.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's how
okay.
it is. Like
There you go. Right there. I
I
have
give you
no
a lot of credit.
I have no makeup on. I'm in my glasses, so
Okay,
I
okay.
apologize, y'all. It's late for me. It's in Texas. So but
Well,
yeah.
it's late for both of us. I'm over here.
Yeah,
I'm over
right?
here
It's like
flip
what is it,
flops.
11? Oh, it's 11:11. Make a wish. You have to make a wish at 11:11. So I make a wish for them to go F themselves. No, I'm just kidding.
How we both wish the same thing.
Right? Like, go on with that, girls. Nobody got time for
Good.
that.
Yo,
Yeah,
now
but
now you look like you 17.
17, I wish. I know a lot. Whenever I was in college, everybody, I was like 26 ish, and I would have 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds like hit on me and try to take me on dates and stuff. And I had a 7-year-old kid, and I was like, how old do y'all think I am? And they were like, well, you're like 19 or 20, right? And I was like, that's a really good guess, but no. I was like, I'm way older than that. I'm 27 years old and I have a 6-year-old kid. And they'd be like, no way. Like, there's no way that you have like a 20. And I'm like, yeah, I'm 27 years old. But again, age is a number, I mean, in the sense of
Yeah.
now, you know what I mean? Like who you want to go along with, as far as relationship wise. But yeah, I don't know. I just didn't do my makeup for tonight, so that's why I actually turned the camera off.
Ah,
So
you good.
I
You
have
gotta
my
worry about
glasses on.
that.
Yeah.
Over here is 12:12, so that means that you guys are
Oh, is
hour
it?
behind. Yeah, hour
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah. I'll probably get ready to sign out a little bit because I have a young one, so he'll probably be waking up in like 7 hours or something like that. So, but yeah, like I said, whenever you want to collab again, we can definitely collab again. We can do it on my channel, your channel, whichever you want to do. I
For
definitely
sure.
enjoyed joining you and all of your guests and your subscribers
Same,
tonight. I
same.
greatly appreciate your family members. and hopefully they can understand where I'm coming from, and I understand where y'all are coming from. So
Trust me.
maybe we can meet in the middle.
Yeah, for sure. When you put two real people together, man,
Yeah.
that's like salt and pepper.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like when you showed up, I'm like, at first I was like, are they teasing me? And once I saw how real you were, I was like, nah, that's not them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, that's a genuine good person. So that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
That's why I was like, I'm rolling with that. You know what I mean?
Know who's not cool? I don't know who's not crazy with me or cool with me, or because I'm a very,
Mm.
very trustworthy person. So, and that's
Well,
something
you're
that
very
I
honest.
say.
You're very honest, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure.
I
I got
appreciate honesty to the fullest because I'm like, again, I'm a Virgo, so everything about honesty, truth, anything within the earthly realm, that's what I want. You know what I mean? So if you can give me that, then we're good.
yeah, absolutely,
So
absolutely. I agree with you 100%. But I really do appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Tuning in,
yeah,
and of course we could definitely do it again. And I'm gonna
yeah, for
upload.
sure,
I'm gonna definitely upload this, and I'm gonna post it, letting everybody know. To tune in to
sure.
your channel as well. You know what I'm saying? And I'm grateful that you took the time because well, we hit 4 hours.
Yeah, that's good though because we had a good
I was
conversation.
straight. Yeah, for sure. So I really, really enjoyed it, and
Me
you
too.
know, until next time, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. God bless you, and
You too.
and the boys, you know what I'm saying? And you already know how to get at me if you
Yes,
need
I will
that.
definitely email you if I
For
need
sure.
any advice or help on anything coming up soon with what we
Okay.
talked about. So but again, I want to thank you for inviting me on your channel. I greatly appreciate it, and I want to let all your subscribers know and family members know. Thank you for listening and kind of seeing my point of view. I greatly appreciate it. And I greatly appreciate you again accepting me on the channel to kind of go ahead and give my point.
Yeah, likewise.
All right. So like I said, probably next time, if you're interested, we can do it on my channel.
Yeah,
If
for
that's what you want
sure.
to do.
Yeah, for
Cool.
sure. For sure.
Okay, cool. So I will email you tomorrow if
Okay.
that's good. And we'll go ahead and work something out.
All right, no problem. Good night.
All right. Well, you have a good night. You be safe, love and light to all your of your subscribers and your family members, and to you as well. So thank you so
Likewise.
much for having me. I greatly appreciate it.
Always. You already know.
All right. All
All
right.
right.
You have a good one. Okay.
You too.
All right. Bye bye.
Yeah, so I appreciate everybody that tuned in. Make sure you subscribe to Southern Soul Tarot, as YouTube channel. As you guys saw, she's very intelligent, very smart. She knows what she's doing. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate if you guys will show support and definitely subscribe and tune in. You know what I'm saying? It's all love and it's all respect. You know what I mean? I'm about to get out of here, but I appreciate y'all. For those that missed this live, I'm gonna upload it. Um, and make sure you guys tune into that. See it for sure. God bless each and every one of y'all. This is All Media Access News. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Hit that notification bell for future updates and live streams. I'm definitely gonna be live streaming more. So if people want to get on the panel, I will be putting up the link. I could jump on. You know what I'm saying, and we could discuss whatever topic it is that you guys want to discuss, or we could just touch on the content that I put up. Peace and blessings to each and every one of y'all. All Media Access News. Peace.